Should be good.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out where to put this. That's okay up there. So you don't want to hide it.
Yeah, so they know where it is.
Well, it's not down. That's right, too.
Good morning, everyone. I think we're going to set an air of discipline and try to start on time. We've got an action-packed program. Good morning. I'm Dorothy Kaczynski. I'm the director of the Phillips Collection, and I'm very glad to see such a packed auditorium already at this hour of the morning. I want to thank Dana Joy and the Aspen Institute for working with us, bringing this wonderful program to us, and being such wonderful partners in exploring the role of arts as a tool of cultural diplomacy. I have to say I was particularly thrilled to have this opportunity to work with Dana and the Aspen Institute because this project aligns perfectly with several of our major strategic goals as an institution. In the 1920s, Duncan Phillips opened his home in 1921, the first American Museum of Modern Art. And he had very specific and lofty, I think very idealistic philosophical ideas behind this project. When asked, well, what is it you're trying to do? He said, it's an intimate museum combined with an experiment station. And we have embraced that within the past a few years as our mission and vision statement. If we can fulfill on what Duncan Phillips aspired to in the 1920s, I think we can really define the Phillips collection as a leading cultural institution in the 21st century. The notion of that he aspired to as creating a very open place for dialogue with artists, the audience and the artwork was really his primary goal. If you ever look at the labels in our institution, he was purchasing his collection within months of their production. Our archives are filled with evidence of the very intimate dialogue that he had with artists. It was about that, the dialogue with the art and artists of his time, and that's what we are embracing today. And he also wrote extensively about the role of art as its salubrious role in society, really helping people, helping individuals to overcome disadvantages, and he also saw it as a very active tool in society, in American society, but also internationally. He was a pacifist. He was somebody who really embraced very idealistic notions for his institution. So Duncan Phillips would be thrilled that we're hosting all of you today. And I want to pass the microphone over to Dana Gioia.
Well, good morning and welcome to the 2010 Aspen Cultural Diplomacy Forum. We are delighted to be able to do this not simply at the Phillips Collection, but for the first time in the United States. We have done this gathering twice before, first in Paris, France, and then last year in Villers, Spain. And we have brought it to the United States, and we brought it to a very special and appropriate location, which is a private museum of modern art in a federal city where most of the institutions are governmental and historical. And that really reflects, I think, what the Aspen Institute is, which is a nonpartisan think tank which doesn't issue statements on legislation, doesn't lobby, but is dedicated to a rather different sense of what we might do, in terms of changing thought. Now, if somebody asks me what the Aspen Institute does, I give them the official answer is that we convene. That tends to stop the conversation, but it's a vision that, what you can do is to bring people together that are leaders and future leaders across fields that don't normally meet, in their professional lives, have focused conversations on topics of importance, and out of those meetings, out of those conversations, comes the possibility of a better world. We are delighted to bring the Aspen Institute more seriously into discussions about culture. And specifically in this case, since we are doing it in the United States for the first time, to focus on what America can do, better to use the arts and cultures as ways of communicating with the rest of the world as well as understanding the rest of the world. And not to do that in a narrow sort of governmental sense, which is to say, what can the federal government do in the next 9 months, but in a broader sense, which is involving the arts community, the media, the federal government, private institutions, in this kind of complicated American society we have where all of these things are together. And so today we are fortunate to have major figures from the world of the arts, of government, of philanthropy, and even our moderators, if we simply were interviewing them or having them interview themselves, they are as good, I think, as a roster of most of the conferences I attend. So we have a rare collection of talents. Everything we do, we tend to do best in partnership. The partnership with the Phillips is wonderful because here we are in one of the great art museums, of this city full of great museums, and also to have the John Brademas Center for the Study of Congress at NYU as a partner. And we are so fortunate to have John Brademas himself here, who is a person of historical importance in terms of shaping the cultural life of the United States of America. these cultural agencies that we now take for granted, like the NEA, the NEH, would not exist, certainly in their current form, if it were not actually for John Brademas' personal advocacy as a member of Congress. We are just honored to have Mr. Brademas here, and we thank them for their partnership. Now, in the old days, when you had a convening, you had an invocation. And today I have asked, as it were my namesake, because I am the director of the Harman Eisner program in the arts at the Aspen Institute, one of the cultural leaders of Washington. And any of you who have attended the performance at the Harman Theater knows this, Sidney Harman, who will make a few remarks to get this event off. One more thing. We are being filmed for webcast. C-SPAN will be coming in the afternoon to film us for broadcast. We are being recorded for the radio, and we have invited bloggers, that are there. So, please pardon the lights, and make sure that you have your cell phones off so that we don't have both the electronic interference and the noise. So, may you please join me in welcoming Dr. Sidney Harman.
Let me tell you how pleased I am to be in George Vredenberg's modest emporium, and how honored I am anytime I find myself in the presence of that venerable chairman of all chairmen, John Brademas. The Aspen Institute is more than happy. It is honored to be a co-sponsor of this undertaking. I think it appropriate to take a moment to mention that the Institute was founded just about 60 years ago by that remarkable Pepke family of Chicago, who almost alone in the history of America gave industry a good name. That convocation in the essentially abandoned mining town at Aspen ultimately grew into the Aspen Institute, and though it flourished for many, many years under the leadership of Walter Isaacson, it seemed to a few of us that it had failed to remember its glorious roots. It was engaged in just about everything imaginable of consequence on Earth, except that which we think of as Earth's mother milk, the arts. And so we hectored the board, and the board approved the creation of a program, and happily we were able to persuade Dana Gioia to come to Aspen as the executive director of our arts programs, he having just retired, as everyone in the room is aware, as the executive director of our National Endowment for the Arts. The arts are now accepted in the Aspen Institute as fundamental, and since we began the program, this passage, written, another 50, 60 years ago by Maxwell Anderson. I believe Maxwell Anderson to be one of the less celebrated but greater literary figures of the first half of the century in America. This essay, done for the New York Times, he titled Our Best Hope. And it reads in part this way. Our best hope lies in our nascent arts. For if we are to be remembered as more than a people who merely lived, loved, made war, and died, then it is for our arts that we must be remembered. Captains and kings vanish, great fortunes dissipate, leaving hardly a trace. Inherited wealth, like inherited morals, dissipate so rapidly. The multitudes flock away like locusts, the walls and the records fall, and the leaders too. The leaders too are soon forgotten unless they have the wisdom to surround themselves with doers, dancers, poets, artificers of things of the mind and the heart. And so I join in welcoming you at the beginning of this wonderful convocation, all you artificers of things of the mind and the heart. Thank you.
So we began our program with architect Elizabeth Diller, co-founder of the New York City-based architectural firm, Diller, Scofidio, and Renfro, and our moderator, Philip Kennicott, cultural critic of the Washington Post. We'll have two of our sessions will involve visuals. After all, we are a visual arts institution here. It's unavoidable. Philip, Elizabeth, as soon as you're mic'd, welcome. Join me in welcoming our first speakers.
Good morning. I'm Philip Kennicott, and this is one of the major artificers of architecture working in the United States today. I don't think there is an architecture firm that is more of the moment than Diller, Scofidio, and Renfro. They are at work at finishing a major redesign of Lincoln Center in New York. They've been asked to do a fascinating and bizarre and radical temporary space for the Hirshhorn in Washington. They designed the Institute of Contemporary Art in Boston, a dramatically cantilevered building on the shore of the harbor there. And they also designed the image that you see, the building that you see behind me, which has become known throughout the world as the Blur Building. And it was designed for an expo, the Swiss Expo in 2002. And you said that you wanted to create an architecture that was very different than what had become the norm for exposition architecture. So how did that building do that?
In the context of all of our work is contextual in a way, so we don't feel like we're starting from nothing. We're starting from some point in history, and expos over the past centuries have mutated over time. And in the last version of they've always been technology oriented, invention oriented. And the last expos were kind of proving grounds or exhibition grounds for simulation technologies. So this came after Hanover, where everyone was trying to outdo the other by making the largest media device, the largest simulation screen. And this was on the lake at Neuchâtel in Switzerland. And we wanted to do something that was a little perverse. We wanted to really reflect on vision and visuality and the desire to constantly have the most pixels per inch, so that became a cultural obsession. And we wanted to do something that was decidedly low definition, to reflect on our dependence on vision as the master sense. So what we did was we just pulled water out of the lake, and we blew it out of 35,000 fog nozzles to create a big cloud. And that cloud was actually a kind of non-space base. So it's a building, stands on 4 columns, size of a football field. And you could come up in one of the bridges and then get onto the deck. And I should maybe just flash through. This was a typical nozzle. And on your right, you'll see the kind of feeling of the interior. You basically couldn't see anything. So it's an architecture of atmosphere. And this was super important to us, that we had, as expos, are very, very concerned about representation of nation or representation of corporate muscle, something like that. In this expo, it was the question of whose voice were we speaking. We were in a national Swiss expo as Americans. What do we represent? And here we chose to represent something that was beyond particular nation or specific technological issues. It was simply to reflect on a certain kind of humanness, expectation of spectacle, and a kind of dissolution of spectacle as a kind of theatrical experience with an arc. This was a distended experience in time, and this was the view from above. So it was an experiment, it was a kind of social experiment, and interesting. It started off with really no purpose. There was nothing to do there and nothing to see, except our own reflections on vision and dependence on vision. But it came to be adopted by the Swiss to represent Swiss doubt. And this was in the middle of trying to figure out whether to be in the EU, not to be in the EU. And it became a kind of machine to make meanings off of, which was really thrilling for us.
It, in fact, became a kind of brand both for the festival, the expo, and then also for Switzerland. Architects often resist that kind of intersection with branding. What was your feeling as this became kind of the icon of the exposition?
It was really amusing because we found it on stamps, we found it on lotto tickets, we found it on bottles of Kirschwasser, and everywhere you looked, there was the blur. And I think that architects could only do so much to. There's an intention. There's a client's intention. There's an architect's intention. This was something that we felt it was client free. It was really open to the artistic interpretation of the artists and architects involved in this. But we try to imagine how buildings and artifacts are going to be used, but we can't really predict it. And so it's always a kind of completion of the work to just see it engaged in culture, however it's engaged. Ultimately, the Swiss wanted to retain this and to make a museum in it, a museum of science fiction, which is really bizarre. And we thought that there's nothing sadder, more melancholic than old expos that just have exceeded their time. And we convinced them that this building on its 4 light structural columns couldn't endure a glass wall. And so on technical grounds, we got them to blow it up and sold the steel to the Chinese to build buildings. So it was interesting, and made a big black cloud.
If you go back and you look at the reaction in Europe as it was coming together, there was an extraordinary amount of skepticism. There was a criticism that this was an amazing amount of money to do what was just a sort of effect. And it seems that once it opened, that just disappeared. So in a sense, how did you accomplish that transformation in the public opinion about the building?
It's true. At the beginning, there was a lot of bad press about the Swiss spending all this money. I think it cost over $10 million at that time. All this money on something, fog, that they had in great quantities and didn't really like. So why would they do it? But there was an artistic vision there initially. The leaders of the expo understood the merit of this. And when it opened, I think it totally startled everyone. They never expected the kind of experience that it was. And for us, it was a major project in that we had a small audience that was following our work. This was the first mass appeal project, and it transcended age, it transcended cultural background. Educated, non-educated people went there from all countries, and there was something very basic about it. But as I mentioned, it was a kind of machine to make meanings off of. So people saw in it what they wanted, and some of them saw this as some kind of religious spectacle, and some took it as just a purely environmental project show that water could be purified and then inhaled. And we were very interested in actually in that aspect, just taking something as basic as the context. It was meant to be a touristic context, this lake site, and to purify it, and then to just inhale it and to breathe it, and eventually to drink it. The experience was something that was kind of scary. It was very beautiful. It was dynamic. It was constantly changing. There was a police that was monitored to make sure it didn't spread to the highway on humid days. It produced its own kind of logic and rules around it that no one anticipated. So, it's a bit of a mystery. But the Swiss, because it was so popular, and people came from all over, the Swiss started to understand its lack of fixedness. And I think that's what it is in expo architecture. That's one thing that you can point at. There's a fixed image, usually a very muscular image, usually one that is representative of nation. And you could see in the last expo in Shanghai, it's full of those kinds of projects. But this one was indeterminate. There was no facade. There was no space. It was just a kind of habitable medium that kept changing form. And the wind came and it moved away from the structure, and then it got sucked back in. It's just a very, very strange animate organism that I think that people, and I have to just celebrate the Swiss here, that we have this notion that the Swiss are so rigid. And in fact, this was totally embraced. Except for one thing that I just have to mention, because it's the most amusing thing in this whole project, that the Swiss building authorities demanded that we put sprinklers in here. And we had to convince them that it was the world's largest sprinkler system, 35,000 water nozzles, no walls.
You mentioned the Shanghai exposition. Could this have been done in Shanghai, or is this really dependent on the context of that Swiss exhibition?
Well, it was conceived in that romantic context of the lakes and the mountain surroundings. I think that every project for us is about site specificity, and it's not only a physical geographical condition, it's a political and social and economic condition and so forth. So this was the right project at the right time, the right place.
I guess that's what I was driving at. You mentioned that the importance of this building was its lack of specificity. It was a building that, in a sense, doesn't say anything in a particularly rigid way, but allows projection of meaning. And I'm wondering if that's an idea that still needs to be injected into the kind of large world expositions like Shanghai.
Yes, it's a really interesting problem, because typically those, from what I've seen in the last expo, the relationship between the architecture and the content is not really synthetic necessarily. So the building doesn't necessarily represent what's inside of it, and usually they're broken out into different people, different artists and architects doing the work. I think that this was pretty unique. That there was no program, there was no need to represent anything particular. In Shanghai, I think that is very much what's at stake, that every nation there is represented, and in terms of its technology, its progress, and there's a show to see, and usually a pulse show in each of these pavilions. This was a pretty unique situation. I didn't see the UK pavilion in Shanghai. It has a similar, people have said that there's a kind of similar quality. There's very little to see there, but the space itself. So occasionally that happens when there's an understanding that that the representation is not something that is really on easels and mounted on the wall, but it's the building itself. And in the best sense, architecture can be everything. And could be the whole mission of the Expo project, and as it has been in the past. Even the Crystal Palace is a great example of that. The building held expositions, but it is a fantastic model of itself, so it need not have anything in it. And I think that's expos are at their best. But I think there's always, in the context of a conference like this, the edginess is always, well, whose voice does one speak in these kinds of expos? If we were representing the states in the Shanghai Expo, we would probably have some marching orders. And the question is, what would we choose to say? How would we negotiate our own voice with the voice of the culture from which we come? And I might say that the American Expo Pavilion was on the same league as developing nations. It really had no distinction, and it was very sad that way. And I very much wonder why the U.S. doesn't invest in opportunities like that to allow artists, architects, and others to be those cultural diplomats.
Right. Let me move on to a building that's a little closer to Washington and the Hirshhorn. Your firm is working on a inflatable space that will be put into the courtyard and I guess come out the side of the Hirshhorn. And I'm wondering, what is wrong with the Hirshhorn that needs a new space? What are you fixing?
Okay. Richard Koshalik, the new director of the Hirshhorn, came in with an exuberant agenda. And the agenda exceeded just the exposition of art. It was more than that. He really saw the Hirshhorn as a very site-specific opportunity that is in D.C. With an international audience that's here for maybe other reasons than to see contemporary modern art. He very much wanted to expand the footprint, which is basically a square. It's a square courtyard with a donut building that was designed by Gordon Bunshaft and executed in '74, with a big hole in the middle. And he wanted to expand by about 18,000 square feet for other kinds of activities, other kinds of programs. So performing arts programs and film, lectures and symposia, debates, and particularly on issues of cultural policy. And so he very much sees it as an educational space and a space of discourse. So with that said, we looked at the building and we looked at the opportunities that the building had to expand. And there was this incredibly alienating central courtyard that is just usually desolate. And thought, well, wouldn't it be interesting we just blew up a baggie while Richard was in our studio. And, well, why couldn't you do something like this? And the air went up through the center and oozed out the edges, about 18,000 square feet, as it turns out. And he said, yeah, that's it. Stop there. And then it became the project. And so this is the lounge, and this is the interior of the space, and which can be controlled for sound and light, and could seat about 800 people, and many more standing in different kinds of events. We saw this project. For us, again, sight is everything. And the fact that the Hirshhorn sits on the mall, and the mall is lined with these very stately limestone buildings. This is one in concrete. It never really got clad. But it really begged the question of what a contemporary intervention would be. And the bubble is called a seasonal structure, which is put up twice a year for a month at a time for these events. And we wanted something. It's also historically sensitive, the site. So we couldn't make a permanent, any kind of permanent incursion there. It had to be a very light touch. So the idea of a pneumatic structure of air was obvious to us, but more so that the site of the mall is it's a very important symbolic site in the country, a site of great speeches and great events and a public protest. And what we wanted to do was basically inhale the air from the mall into the Hirshhorn, and that was really the gesture. So it very much is an extension of that air, and takes on this really muscular building that is very oppressive. We happen to like some of this architecture comes out of the 60s and 70s, even though they're very unpopular to like it. But to somehow work with it and to play in a kind of, to play up the tension between a very lightweight structure and very soft structure and the very hard hovering mass of the Hirshhorn.
Mm-hmm. Now, the Hirshhorn could have, I mean, it already has a theater and it has a courtyard. To what extent does this, in a way, have to be a public expression to get the people into the building that the Hirshhorn wants? Is it, in a sense, waving a flag to attract people in?
Well, as it turns out, what we've been told, people don't know where the Hirshhorn is. And they often come here looking for the Air and Space Museum. And so it is a kind of sign that something's here and something contemporary is here. But we enjoy the idea, and I think Richard very much enjoyed the idea of making this extra piece of program outside of the walls of the institution, and give it a presence, an architectural and physical presence. It's very hard to add buildings on the mall. As we know, we were up for a fantastic commission for the National Museum of African American History and Culture, and escaped us. But it's an incredibly powerful and important site, and to imagine how to build a contemporary building in the context of that site, and to pay the right respect to the context, but also to speak in a modern vocabulary, a contemporary vocabulary, is the great challenge.
But the Bunchoff building is a bit different than Lincoln Center, but that's another major project, and it's a fairly similar era in architecture, a large centralized campus for the arts. And you've been working now for a number of years to really radically change the way this relates to the cityscape in New York. And could you tell us a little bit about what needed to change here? Lincoln Center is popular; its houses are packed. So what was their thinking? Why mess with a campus at that point that had kind of earned its place in New York?
One of the reasons Lincoln Center is nervous is that its patronage is reaching the ages of 70, 80, and beyond, and that what can really bring a new audience to Lincoln Center. The architecture is part of it. Its programming is really the most important thing, to change out the artistic directors, to really change the nature of the cultural programs that are there, to reinvent dance, to reinvent music, serious music and opera and so forth. So they have a big job ahead of them to do that. But they realize that there are many things that could be done. And we were brought in to the project at a very early stage. It was 7 years ago, before the project was elaborated. And over time, it started small, and over time it grew and grew and grew as their appetite for change grew. I'm just going to flash through some pictures. These were the original architects and planners of Lincoln Center. There's a lot of testosterone there on the screen. We're looking at this in a very different way, in a very supple way. And we're trying to do something that is actually very, very difficult for architecture. And that is to overcome some of the urbanistic problems that were created at that time. This was planned in the 50s and executed in the late 50s and 60s. It was for car-centric culture. It was part of an urban renewal program that Robert Moses instated with Rockefeller. There were huge groups of people that were displaced, tens of thousands of people that were displaced. In many ways, it was a very unpopular project from an architectural standpoint. But from a New York citizen standpoint, it was also unpopular to centralize the arts and to clear out a huge neighborhood like that and to turn its back on the neighborhood. And this is the main thing. If you look around Lincoln Center, just before our interventions, full of solid walls. What you see here is a plinth, and the plinth goes all the way around Lincoln Center. It holds the mechanical plant and the garage. And this is a large plaza that joins North and South Campus that creates a 200-foot long shadow with great streets like 65th Street, really used only as a service street for truck docks and for all sorts of service entrances and garage entrances. Our mission was to turn the campus inside out, to bring the excitement of what's going on inside to the street, and to bring people from the street into the houses. And these are, sorry for it's a little bit hard to see here. There's some before and after shots. This is the old Juilliard building, and this is the expansion of Juilliard, and this is that same building on the east face, facing Broadway. This is the new entrance into Juilliard, the old entrance into Tully Hall. You could see this in the shadow. You'd see that big open public space and a lot of glass. And this is the view from inside of that space looking out. The intention everywhere on campus, this is the intention everywhere is to make accessible space that's visually accessible, to inject it with new programs where you don't need to pay for $300 seats for the Met. You can just go there and hang out. Public spaces were pretty desolate. And here, fortunately, you can't see our great green roof, which sits over a destination restaurant. We optimize on all the space there that's left. There's very little space to do new construction. This is a green lawn that's on the top of the roof, which is a campus green. And there is kind of useless to can't really see. The whole frontage has been changed out from car drop-offs to a grand stair, a really monumental stair that Lincoln Center really should have originally had to work with a monumental modernism that's there. And each riser now has LEDs, and it basically dematerializes this very stair that we made, which is also very thin, and it acts as a bridge for the same road that's now dropped down to a lower level. So the work here has been expanding, and it includes public spaces, street facilities, expansion and renovation, as well as we did a piece for Fashion Week just recently. We will do an opera there as artists. And the work is very extensive, but it goes to the core of dissolving the boundaries between the disciplines of urban design, architecture, information design, and landscape.
Mm-hmm. You've spoken about the importance in this project of breaking down the monumentality of the space, and especially this plinth. And I wonder about that in a culture where it may be of interest for something like the New York City Ballet to say what we do, in fact, is a different sort of activity than Dancing with the Stars. Is there a place for a separation, in a sense? Even as you open it up to the city, is there a way to keep it elevated in some sense, if not architecturally?
Yes, I think that the notion of elevating arts to this rarefied domain, it's a little like the Acropolitan, I've always thought. It's a little tiny hill, but it's definitely elevating this to another place. But in fact, that other place is public space, and as long as the ability to break down those edges is there, it can be both and, because in fact it is. This architecture is monumental. It's really big. It's for lots of people. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's actually a pretty interesting thing. I think a lot of architects in my generation hate that very idea and would love to blow it up. And we prefer to just kind of use the DNA on itself and think about all the places where that monumental quality really resonates, like at the central fountain with the three major houses around and the porch, and how people come out to the porch. And it's a whole fantastic scene, like the Paris Opera. It's all about being seen with the backdrop of the architecture. And we find that there's a fine line that could be walked by engaging with this kind of architecture, which is thought of as very impersonal, authoritarian, scary, representing all the wrong things. and playing with it and teasing it. I like, the bubble is like that. It's playing with it, it's teasing it, it's kind of it's reinventing it in a way on our terms. So we can touch it and we can use it. And it's not meant to just stay desolate. It's meant to be engaged.
Do you think when we look back in 50 years, say the same time frame as we're looking back on the origins of Lincoln Center, what will be the aspects of our contemporary architectural practice that will seem as out of fashion in a sense as monumentality seems to us?
It's hard to speculate 50 years from now. I am sure that whoever is renovating Lincoln Center in 50 years, I'll be just crawling, wondering how we could have made such mistakes, or that the new generation just doesn't get us. I don't know. I think that there are these swings of culture. We're in a more populous time. I think the political and socioeconomic condition of Lincoln Center is so different from when it was originally imagined, where everything was hostile and everything had to be barricaded and the public was definitely not wanted. We're in a time when we really want that social engagement, and Lincoln Center is trying very hard to make public programs outside in its open spaces. The very notion of breaking down these hard walls is definitely part of my generation's desire. Break down these institutions, talk back to the institutions, be actually exchange and be in a kind of discourse with the institutions. It may backfire. We may get harder institutions and tougher institutions later on in 50 years from now that resist that, or we may get tired of all these places for people to hang out, and we may have a very unproductive culture where everyone is socializing and no one's doing any work.
I think it's time for us to turn to the audience and let them ask some questions. There should be mics coming around. I think there's also one position there. So if you can wait till a mic comes to you or make your way to a microphone. There's a hand up over here.
Hi. Elizabeth, I don't know if you said what year the Swiss building was built.
The Blur building
first
was
one.
2002.
2002. So I'm wondering now, with so much concern about how we use our resources and energy, whether that would still, just to build something for the artistic vision and for the experience, how people would react to that when there's just so much concern about the environment and conserving resources.
It's a good point and a good question. When we built it, there was a stipulation that we would have to return the site to exactly the same way that we found it. So there was already an environmental issue there. We couldn't leave holes. We couldn't leave artifacts. There was also a stipulation that some of the cost of the pavilion was to ultimately be paid for by reselling, and repurposing its bits and pieces. So in fact, the nozzles were reused, and the steel that it was made out of was reused, and the water evaporated into the atmosphere and fell down into the lake again eventually. I think that particular project was very green in its nature, but even if it had not, I often think that in our culture we think of art, and we think of art as a kind of extra, as a kind of excess. You can only do it when you have the resources to do it. And in hard times, it's the first thing to be cut. And I truly disagree with that. I believe that this is as important, that doing work, not necessarily ours, but the ability to sponsor our art institutions and artists to do new work is as important as the air we breathe and the water we drink. It's a resource, and it's a resource for thought that is artistic thought is regenerated in all different kinds of thought. You know, and so there's a notion of productiveness that is a little bit, you know, that I think that Europe sees things a little bit differently. America was a bit far behind, and now it seems to be changing. Now Europe is starting to think like the States, and all that state sponsorship for art is now starting to go private. So it's interesting to see how things evolve. For architects, I'm particularly sensitive to this because America is so young that there hasn't been a great culture of architecture in this country, whereas in Europe there has been. And European architects are very, very well supported, and many, many projects that young firms can grow on there, and that doesn't really happen here. So I always find them as culturally advanced, more advanced than the States. But it seems like, again, things go in cycles, and they have to do with the economy.
It's an unpaid bill, and it's not just architecture, but opera singers and dancers, and the number of Americans who actually get the benefit of the European cultural training to then come back and be ready to take on projects in the United States. We probably have a check to write there. Another question? There's two hands, one here and here.
Yes, I'm asking, I wanted to ask a little about boundary blurring within the organizations you work with and within your own organization. The kinds of qualities that you are supporting and nurturing in your architectural projects are about, as you say, boundary blurring, spurring innovation, more openness. Do you prefer to work with organizations that show that kind of leadership, and how do you as an organization work in terms of blurring your own boundaries?
Okay. Our studio began as an independent art studio, and Ricardo Scapini and I are trained architects, but we stayed away from this client-oriented projects right from the beginning and invented our own projects. And we were very, very grateful to have gotten a MacArthur Foundation Award because of our unusual architectural practice that sought its expression independently of permanent buildings, but on the stage and in museums, galleries, and public spaces. We then started to do architecture, and now we're doing a lot of it. But we see it as just one strand of our work, and our independent work continues in the theater and in art and media. In fact, we have a section of our studio that's devoted to money-losing projects with a head of money-losing. It says this on his card, called In the Red. But we try to balance things out, and it's the only way that I could imagine, because of our where we come from, and the fact that we have ongoing agendas of interest that find their way into various projects. We will always do that. We've been very fortunate in that we've attracted clients and institutions that are like-minded and are very interested in the fact that we're border crossers and that we can, and particularly in museums. Maybe museums are not necessarily the great example. Museums typically do one thing. But the fact that we could see the world of the museum from the artist standpoint and from the viewer standpoint, from the institutional standpoint, it's very, very important. In our work in Lincoln Center, that place is made up of 12 constituent organizations that each do something different. So there's a music and drama theater conservatory, and then there's a dance school, and then there's two opera companies, and there's the Philharmonic, and there's the Film Society, and so forth. They're all different, independent, 12 of them. And they all, according to Balance Sheet, the only thing they ever had in common, they never got along. They just shared this central mechanical plan, period. We really sought to make a campus, and this is very, very important. In making a campus, something that we couldn't foresee, it's caused them to become synergistic, which was the original intention of being in the same place at the same time. And because they're always competing for the same funding dollars and the same board members and so forth, that now they're starting to do programming together, and which is just a wonderful thing. I wish there were more and more opportunities to work with cross-cultural organizations, and most of the collaborators that we work with come from art sciences, theater, researchers from various categories. We continue to do that, and we nurture that, and we bring that into every project we do.
Another question here?
Your proposal for the Hirshhorn has received a fair amount of publicity. I see the reproduction, I see the image, but I don't understand what it is I'm looking at. Could you explain the material?
Okay.
Its durability, its ability, its capacity for bearing weight. I'm just fascinated by this as a structure.
Okay. It's basically an inflatable structure like many of the tennis domes that you've seen that are up all over. It's a low-pressure pneumatic system where basically there's a tent that's sewn together, and the forms that you see are sewn in a particular patterns to make that configuration come out when air is inserted into it. And basically, the fans are turned on, and it just rises. And as long as the fans are on, it will continue to hold that shape. So it basically produces an habitable space that's on the ground. It's held there by cables on the interior. So it's a PVC Teflon material. It's very, very durable. It's been perfected. It was first used after World War I. These inflatables started after World War I, and then they got progressively developed across World War II, usually for the war. These things come from wars. But then there are thousands and thousands of these things all the way, and they're used largely for recreational structures. The way it works is it basically collapses when you remove the air, and it gets rolled up, and then it gets put into a warehouse until the next time when it gets brought out, rolled out, kind of like the Macy's parade balloons. Those get filled with helium. But this is just a fan. And the other ballast that it needs is water. So there's a ring of water that keeps it in place. So it's a very, in a way I have to say, while it's playful, it's also very respectful to the Hirshhorn. It doesn't really touch it very hard. There's just one restraint at the very top that keeps the cables from moving around. And so it will be dynamic. It'll move a little bit with the wind, but it's essentially stable. You'll be able to breathe, and the quality of air will be good. And it will have, we're going to try to temper its acoustic qualities, because, those sometimes in those tennis domes, it's very echoey. We're going to work with acoustic engineers to make it work well. But we feel it's the appropriate material to use for this kind of temporary structure. And if it weren't that, it would probably be a tent structure sitting next door. So it's another version of the same thing, except this one is more imagined into the space and customized.
Great. We've reached the end of the time we have, and I'm sorry we don't have more time. I want to thank Elizabeth Diller very much for appearing today at the Aspen Cultural Event.
Seems as though we've hit already in our first session on several of the most fundamental ideas about exploring the power of art in society. I love the notion of the absolute fundamentality of art. It certainly is a corroboration of what I do in my life, so I'm cheered by that. This notion of the public symbolism and real impact of visual language, but also I guess very key to our world in Washington, D.C., the problematics of a modern architectural vocabulary in a more traditional national capital, but also a very interesting exploration of the world's fairs, the expositions that have been so important over centuries, which were always scripted with a rather nationalistic vocabulary. And instead, the blur building at the Swiss exposition introduced notions of indeterminacy and ambiguity, which are perhaps ideas more attuned to what we hope for in terms of the impact of arts in the 21st century. Now, I think we're miking up. I want to introduce our next speaker and moderator. We'll be hearing from Jim Leach, chairman of the National Endowment for the Humanities, and Frank Hodsell, chairman for Arts and Culture of George Mason University, and also a member of the Public Diplomacy Council. See if I got that time perfectly. Almost. We're wonderful. Please join me in welcoming Chairman Leach and Chairman Hodsell. Good morning.
People in the arts aren't very mechanical.
Clearly not. Am I on? I think I am. Thank you, Jim. Well, it's a great privilege for me to be here with Jim Leach, who I've admired over a great many years for all of the reasons that already been introduced. I'm going to start off by saying one other thing about him. I think of all the people in government, or even outside, he has by far the best handle on cultural diplomacy of anybody I know. Comes through in his writings and everything else. And Jim, you talk about the three aspects, the three tracks really of diplomacy. One is the official track where government officials go out and work with their counterparts to try and achieve U.S. interests. Second is where private individuals go out and espouse whatever the government's influence is. Third is cultural diplomacy, which is that plethora of activities which take place outside of government. Make the point that they are now almost superseding government activity. If you could perhaps expand on that a little bit as to cultural diplomacy.
Well, actually, interrelationships between people that are non-governmental precede generally and supersede. Here I was mocking our moderator for about...
Well, I clearly had to be fixed, so...
I'm on, but not... Does this work better? Perhaps not high enough. Well, I think maybe I better hold it. If one thinks about relations between countries, contacts between people generally precede contacts between government. And then when one thinks about import of each, there are times that only government can deal with issues, often war and peace, often, for example, I began a public career at the State Department, was involved in the arms control talks with the Soviets. And that can only be government to government. But you cannot have sustaining good relations with any country in the world if there isn't respect for each other's culture. And again, if you think about the big picture, government is a part of culture, not vice versa. And so when you think of culture and respect, which go hand in hand with whether or not governments can really deal with each other in a good way, the main contacts between societies are ordinary people, although they're not always ordinary. There can be extraordinary citizens, whether they be artists, whether they be athletes, whether they be business people, that are going back and forth between other societies. And when you think of mutual respect, is it an ethereal idea or does it take some sort of human contact and handshakes of understanding of one kind or another? And when you visualize, and I've been in dozens and dozens of embassies around the world, our representatives, who I have an enormous amount of respect for in their professionalism and as a general rule, only meet a small part of a foreign populace. It's non-governmental officials that do most of the contact. And that doesn't mean that it's generally wise for non-governmental officials to be attempting to conduct governmental relations. And sometimes, in fact, that can be against the law. But it does mean that how officials can represent policy depends on how well people are respected. And that is really a seminal aspect of culture and human interrelationships.
I'm going to perhaps turn to yet another, if I could, expression of yours, and particularly your initiative of the Humanities Endowment's Bridging Cultures grants, where you noticed or announced that the sharing of language, philosophy, literature, and art, history of peoples is the most profound bridge between societies. And I wonder if you could tell us a little bit about what your goals are for these grants.
Well, in one sense, the term bridging cultures is kind of trite. In another sense, it's an extraordinarily important aspect of domestic and world relations. All countries have a kind of a national culture. They also have a myriad of subcultures. And we probably have more subcultures because we're more diverse with a greater immigration tradition than any country on the earth. And so immigrants have brought to our shores many different value systems. In fact, arguably, in the field of culture and knowledge, we're the greatest beneficiary of foreign aid of any society ever created. But when we think of bridging cultures, meaning how we look at other societies, the assumption is that knowledge is something that leads to tolerance, and tolerance is the issue of our age, but probably any age. And that doesn't mean that everything in the world should be tolerable, because there are things that aren't. But the more intolerable a circumstance, the more important it is to understand it. Now, as far as the bridging culture initiatives of the institution that I'm fortunate enough to currently head, the National Endowment for the Humanities, I look at it in a three-pronged way. One is bridging space. That is, there are different geographic borders to certain cultural dilemmas and certain cultures. And then bridging time, because if you want to understand today's culture, you have to contrast it with prior cultures. And so history is a huge component. What do we learn from the Greeks? What do we learn from more modern history? I mean, whether it be in the Middle East or in Europe. And then also we're looking at this in a new kind of academic way, where we're increasingly trying to bridge disciplines. That is, there was a time period as disciplines emerged in academia, you had history departments and literature departments and philosophy departments, and we're trying to combine various approaches in bridge kind of ways to look at everything that's happening in a cultural way. And so we are trying to advance grant giving, and we're a really modestly sized agency. But to the degree that we are doing things, we're attempting to bridge those kinds of, or encourage that kind of academic discipline.
Last year at UNESCO, you, among other things, noted a particular interest in the digital humanities. You noted that a twittering world is a communicative place, a global neighborhood, more likely to live with itself. I wonder if you could expand a little bit on that in terms of the social networking.
Well, I made that statement with greater confidence than perhaps it's due, because we have a race that's on. If you read and listen to modern-day sociologists, one observes that America as a society and other countries as societies are tending to look at and read viewpoints that more or less enforce prior understandings. And so one of the great questions is, are we looking at the other as well as ourselves? And that means from every perspective of every country in the world. And in some ways, everybody is starting to note, I mean, whether it be American media, where people are choosing to view Fox disproportionately of one perspective, MSNBC of another. And if you look at the world, you think of analogs like Al Jazeera. That's maybe a little unfair analog, but people choosing to look at things from a singular perspective. What is also happening, though, and this is, I think, one of the great cultural divides in America that is really not being looked at as seriously enough as it should be. Every citizen on earth that has access to digital technology, meaning the new handheld devices of so many different dimensions that change with every generation, a generation being defined as 2 or 3 years, or maybe 2 or 3 months, now has access to knowledge that is extraordinary and contemporary commentary that's extraordinary. And we think of blogs, and sometimes the word blog implies one-sidedness, but there are wonderful blogs out there of the greatest academics in the world talking about events that are ongoing instantaneously. And so at the same time that newspapers are unfortunately being hit with these enormous financial difficulties and are cutting back on investigative reporting locally and international reporting abroad, there is access of the American people and almost people of many, many societies, at least some people of all societies, and many people of a large number of societies that have access to a phenomenal amount of information and a phenomenal amount of communicative capacity. When I use the term Twittering world, I really was inspired by what I thought were very inspirational words. I think one of the great modern-day speeches of our time was the President of the United States, today's President, who half of Americans have strong approval for and half have less than strong approval for. But he spoke for all of us when he said in Cairo that we ought to have greater respect between religions, and wouldn't it be wonderful if the youth of Kansas could communicate directly with the youth of Cairo. And that is the meaning of modern communications. And when we think of the great metaphor that has been overused but is every year even more accurate about a shrinking globe, we're all everybody's neighbors now in a communicating sense. And that is the great question, whether these communications are going to lead to people having greater understanding and coming together. And then there are, as we all know, as in the family, you can have rougher feelings than one might want. And so sometimes elbowing a little too closely together can create misunderstandings as well. And so my own view is that we're going to have to match the capacities of communication with the capacities of people to have greater knowledge and greater understanding as they communicate. And then we're going to have to think through the civility of it all. And there's no denying the fact that incivil behavior is on the rise in some kinds of ways relative to certain other periods of American history, but by no means all periods in American history where we've had tougher times with language. But language matters. And so the combination of new communicative devices with greater knowledge and the capacity to communicate can lead to much greater understanding of the world, or it can lead to much greater misunderstanding. And I'm just going to conclude with, we have to understand ourselves. Are we a society that, for instance, burns Korans, as was suggested by a minister a few months back, and has kind of now been forgotten, but it's very much alive as a concept in some parts of the world? Are we a country that wants to encourage new mosques? And does that offend us, or is that something we welcome? These are the kinds of decisions we as a people have to think through. And it's interesting that sometimes strongly held convictions can be uplifting, and sometimes they can appeal to baser instincts or less tolerant instincts. And those are the choices we have, and everybody else in the world has too.
we encourage, Jim, more of the former versus the latter, in the sense of what can one do to encourage the more holistic back and forth that isn't based on a narrow premise.
Well, I think that's good encouragement. I apologize. I'm a noisy soul.
All right. Well, let me turn to Karen Menace of the British Council is somewhere out there in the audience. She's the North American Director of the British Council, and the British Council brought to Washington recently. It's still here, but it's about to move on to Minneapolis. An extraordinary set of plays by 12 British and American playwrights. It's called The Great Game. I recommend it to all of you. If you can't see it here, you can see it in New York after the 1st of November. And she says in one of the publications that during times of war, artists help us remember if we knew each other more, we might damage each other less. And there is also a line in one of the plays by the pro-communist ruler Najibullah, where he says, "My country has been imagined enough. My country is the creation of foreign imaginings." And so my question to you, sir, is how can cultural diplomacy help bridge the imaginings of ourselves and others?
Well, first of all, I want to fractionally rephrase this because imagination is a wonderful thing. In fact, putting ourselves in the shoes of somebody else is probably the greatest imaginative step we have to make if we want to have a better world. But I think the implication of this imaginings is false impressions of false intents or false actions. And that's a very different thing. But if you think of the humanities, history, literature, philosophy, in the abstract, nothing is more important in the sense that if you read a good novel, what do we all do? We put ourselves in the shoes of somebody else, one of the characters. Or we look at one of these characters and we learn something from what we think are a character's mistaken steps. And that is the great aspect of imagination. If we look at history, we put ourselves in other people's circumstances, although one of the new aspects of history writing is that it used to be we would all imagine ourselves being Lord Nelson or Napoleon. We forget that most of us came from families that were serfs, and that's a very different kind of circumstance. And so new history is looking kind of the people up instead of the leader down. But when you go to this presentation that you've referred to, the whole notion of looking at the human setting through plays or drama, and then drama set very importantly in a historical setting, is something that is obviously a way of looking at the world. And then we come back and we think of the United States. And clearly what this series of plays was aimed at was as a critique of political judgment at a moment in time, meaning our time and our foreign policy. And one thinks, what if every member of Congress and every member of the executive had studied thoroughly the implications of the Soviet capacity to control Afghanistan, the British history in Afghanistan, the French history in Algeria, and then you think further. We think of realism as might. But it's so clear that there's an aspect of realism that's might, but there's also an aspect of realism that's the human condition. And a pope in Rome, a playwright in Czechoslovakia, a minor labor leader in Poland stood down Soviet tanks. What does that mean? That means that power is important from a military point of view, but power that isn't infused with cultural judgment is lacking. And I've noticed over the last year or so, David Petraeus, our commander of the field in Afghanistan, has been making that precise point. That you have to understand a cultural setting if you're going to be successful. Now, as I look back, and I want to tell you a statistic that is truly one that is conjectural because no one took a survey, but is one that sat through the debate on in the House of Representatives of the United States, the People's House, on the authorization to use force against Iraq. I don't think 10% of the Congress at most knew that there was a distinction between Sunni and Shia. And I'm sure the public didn't either. We never looked at things this way. And yet there was a fair amount of writing that had been done on the subject, but it hadn't seeped in. And then very interestingly, if we take our own society, we have a large number of Muslim Americans. There's not a single Muslim American that didn't understand these distinctions and what might explode with our invasion of Iraq. But there was no communication back and forth of any significant variety. And so it's one of these things that when we think of judgments, what we need for judgments. I talked to a group a month or so ago at Georgetown University of students from the University of Cairo and the University and from Georgetown who were in a exchange largely from a philosophy and theological background. And anyway, I gave a bit of a talk and an interchange of questions. And the last question was, this young Cairo student said to me, Mr. Leach, what do you think is the most important thing to study? And I said, well, what do you think? And he says, well, clearly it's comparative religion. And if you understand other people's religions, why they think as they do, maybe we'd have less conflict in the world. And I'm thinking to myself, that's one of the wiser things I've heard in my travels around the country over some period of time. And then it made me think, when I was young, there was a speech given in the state of Iowa. I didn't hear it, but I read it. And many of you remember that a man named Winston Churchill in 1954 gave a speech at Fulton, in Fulton, Missouri, at Westminster College that he coined the phrase Iron Curtain. Well, another Britisher exactly a decade later came to Grinnell College in Iowa, and he gave a speech that no one particularly paid attention to. His name was Arnold Toynbee. He was considered the greatest historian of an era. And he chastised Russians at the time for thinking that all the great divisions in the world were based on economic determinism. And then he chastised Americans because we're in the middle of the civil rights movement for thinking that the great division in the world was race. And he said, you Americans will get over this period. You're going to do the right thing. It'll take you a while, but it'll happen. But he said the great conflict likely to occur in the next couple of generations will be religion-based. And that just seemed out of context with the times. Part of it, the reason for it was out of context, was that in general, in our history, we'd had some great divisions in religion. After all, we started out with stocks and pillories. We had 11 of the 13 colonies had at one point or another an established church. We had vehement anti-Catholicism in the 19th century. We had more than a little anti-Semitism in the 30s, not obviously with the same implications of Germany, but not unreal. But we've really progressed. And so from an American perspective, that seemed absolutely an out-of-context, unwise observation. If we look at events today, it looks pretty prescient. And so all I'm suggesting is it is important to look at the other in very different ways, and some of them come right down to religion.
A question about that. I'm going to carry on, if I could, one other question that relates to the great game. General Sir David Richards, who's the equivalent of the Chief of Staff in Great Britain, was also the senior UK military commander in Afghanistan, has urged all of his commanders to see the great game, just as our Admiral Mullen has is made required reading for officers deploying to Afghanistan the Greg Mortensen book, The 3 Cups of Tea. My question to you, if I could, is What can the cultural agencies, NEH, NEA, IMLS, and government generally, not just the cultural agencies, do to encourage military commanders and also policymakers to think through the imaginings of others as a part of the policy making and policy execution process?
Well, first, the three institutions that Frank has talked about are wonderful institutions, but we're fairly small, and we do work in a variety of ways, and I really don't want to relate it to the three institutions as much as I want to relate it to just judgment of the body politic as it interrelates with the government itself. And it strikes me, all of us in our own minds, when we thought of military strategy, we think of things like in the Civil War. There's a great Confederate general named Nathan Bedford Forrest who says, all strategy is fustest with the mostest. And in a way, that's the Powell Doctrine, that is overwhelming force. And that is a doctrine. But we also have to recognize that that's a very important part of military strategy, but it isn't the whole thing. And the whole thing has to involve some sort of cultural understanding. Sometimes when people, and it's only in modern times that people have thought this way, you get some strategic concepts like, well, before we go to war, we ought to have somewhat in mind an exit strategy. And that's a really important thought. And it's kind of an un-American thought in the sense that we didn't have any experience with that problem, because the major wars that we had been involved with, World War I, World War II, had a natural ending. And they just ended. And we never thought that it was more difficult to stop a conflict than to start a conflict, because we were, on the whole in our history, a bit reluctant to go to war. Now, the Spanish-American War might be a bit of an exception to this, especially if anyone reads the new book by Evan Thomas that talks about some of the great leaders of the time. But if we think of culture, and we think, if you tie it into strategy, is it wise culture to not protect sacred sites if one goes to war? Is it wise in a military strategy, if we're going to move into a period of containment of a population, and that means occupation, which is a word we don't like to use, but the other side certainly do. One of the questions comes up, is occupation tolerable, and for what period of time? Is it the same thing as a house guest one might welcome, but after a time, the whole analogy to the dead fish comes in. But these are questions that people have to ask in a very deep cultural way. And then when we look at history and cultures, the desire of peoples to control their own destinies, to make their own mistakes, to design things the way they want to design them is very high. And I will use what is an analogy that is a very slight one, because at the institution I had, the National Endowment for Humanities, we have a relationship with 50 state humanities councils, all independent, although we help fund them. And each one makes totally different decisions than each of the other states, and they design things for their states and how they are a little bit different. Alabama being different than Wyoming, Wyoming being different than Iowa, Iowa being different than New York. Well, if you have that much difference within this great cohesive society, then you think of the differences between the United States and France, and then the difference between the United States and Afghanistan. And then if you think of history and then the concept of intervention, what is the most well-received and historically vindicated interventionist decision in modern times? And I will tell you what I think it is. It was Dwight David Eisenhower in backing the British and the French out of Suez. And Eisenhower said the era of colonial intervention is over. And he understood the times. Now, that doesn't mean that there isn't a time and place in the United States isn't going to be obligated to use force somewhere and sometime, but how you use it, with what kind of methodology, with what kind of exit policy, demands a cultural framework that goes beyond, do we have the most disciplined forces, the bravest troops? Now, we as a country can be very proud that our troops in combat haven't really lost a single engagement. But one of the great questions becomes, has the political judgment been as high-minded and as thoughtful as the sacrifice we're asking people to make? And that is something as a society we've got to come to grips with.
Another question that occurred to me, I was recently at the Institute of Peace and heard Maria Emma Wills, who's a Colombian lady, the chairman of the Historical Memory Commission in Colombia, who makes the point that the really important thing, at least to her, is the memories of the people, not just the written history. And of course, the National Endowment for the Humanities supports history. My question to you is, how do you feel about memories and community stories in relation to written history?
First, there's no society that doesn't have a sage that doesn't say something to the effect that if you don't study the past, you're more likely to repeat past mistakes. But we're also in totally unprecedented times. And so there's an aspect of the past that fits things in a little different way. And so sometimes the past can be misleading. In terms of memories, the intriguing thing is every society is a little bit different. We're a very young society, and at our best, we really think pragmatically. Some other societies reason by historical analogy far more than we do. And a Brit might say, well, the strategy that Lord Nelson undertook, does that have relationship to what we might do? And it's no accident in World War II that Churchill had one majestic strategy, which was to get America involved in the war, and he was helped by the Japanese and a German declaration. But his tactical strategy was a geographic one. He wanted he wanted the West to invade in all sorts of small spots in the underbelly of Europe, and whereas Dwight David Eisenhower was rationalizing much more like Nathan Bedford Forrest. And by the way, the overwhelming force doctrine was most symbolically in American history employed on D-Day, in the sense that within 3 or 4 weeks, we had more arms and equipment ashore than the Germans had. And it was all military doctrine in terms of force being used is about logistics. And Ike was an old-fashioned American logistical expert. And that was his circumstance. Now, in terms of memories, we also don't carry, as a whole, intergenerational grudges. And some other societies have intergenerational memories that are really of stark importance. And our last president learned something that we all sympathize with him, because we didn't, as a people, understand as deeply as it was felt abroad. He casually in one speech used the word crusade, meaning we have a crusade to stop such and such. Well, the word crusade has this meaning in the Muslim world that doesn't relate to King Arthur and his knights in this cheerful way that we look at King Arthur and his knights. And so for many, particularly radical Muslims, the Crusades are living history. And that's multi-centuries, in fact, millennium in age. And that's worth thinking about, that memories go that deep and that far. And then they also, if we contrast ages, there was this age that we in the West call the Dark Ages, and that's when the Muslim world went light. And so there was a 3 or 4 century period where Muslim science and Muslim humanities were really outracing European. And the Muslim world is very conscious of that, and they're also very conscious of the antagonism the West had shown. And so memories are extraordinary in their import. And then from an American point of view, when you think memories, you think in a way, and probably more than any other society, we're kind of genealogy conscious. The interesting aspect of genealogy is that it's fairly important within a family. But nobody in our country gives a hoot about anybody else's family. And we don't think of that sociologically. That is, we don't, in our memories, it is important that for kids to know their roots, but we don't make the roots into something that we carry over. In fact, we're all a little bit proud if we had a horse thief in the family or whatever. I mean, you have characters that are large and characters that are small, and that's the American mix. So one aspect of the memory issue is to have it of import with us, and also have it with an understanding that others look at memories very differently.
And they also change. I mean, one of the things that has occurred to me is that, politics are about memories, and they're about things that people grow up with, because ultimately it is not necessarily what you learn in school. It is the sort of the nature of the neighborhood, the nature of the upbringing, and so on and so forth. How does one bridge that, to use your verb?
I think one has to bridge it with a lot of respect, and also to realize that there is a word called myth, and myth can be very, very large in life. And in fact, the first historian of the Western world is considered to be Herodotus, and historians like to argue, was he the first or not, because his history had a lot of myth in it. And so others say that Thucydides was the first historian because he was kind of a chronicler, almost a reporter looking at history. And you get these bridges between myth and reality, and sometimes myth can be truly uplifting, and sometimes not so uplifting. If you look at past presidents, I always think it's better to look at the better sides of them, and then there are a few that there are other lessons to be derived. Then you have ways of looking at the world that are non-presidential. I mean, there's a feeling in Congress that things are broken down to the greatest extent that's ever been the case, and that isn't the case. On the other hand, that doesn't mean things aren't broken down to a far greater extent than they should be, and we have to think that through too.
Fair enough. I think the time has come to open this up to people in the audience. There are microphones. Who would like to address a question to Chairman Leach? I see two hands. If you want to go to the microphone, or are you bringing the microphone? Oh, the microphone goes in. Good.
Thank you very much. As we're all part of the human family, I'm curious, speaking of bridging gaps and solving problems, what the NEH is doing to help achieve the Millennium Development Goals.
Well, that's a good question. And I want to be very careful, because we're not an advocacy agency in the sense of NEH doesn't go around saying we support health care reform or we object to health care reform. And that's a very different phenomenon. In terms of the Millennium Development Goals, you can take a historical perspective to it, and that's a very important thing to do. As an institution, we're not as economics oriented as perhaps we should be. But as a general proposition, all I can tell you is that we don't have a lot of scholarly work in that area, partly because others are more likely to do it. But I don't know of any judgmental objection or advocacy of the Millennium Development Goals as an institution. I certainly, as an individual who heads an institution, identify with them very strongly. But I don't presume that is an institution policy. That would be improper. In fact, if you look, and let me just go one step beyond it, because you've raised two issues. One is economics and one is fairness, implicitly when you talk Millennium Development Goals. And if you take our times macroeconomically, there is clearly a case at the family level, city, state, federal level to be concerned with the amount of debt that we've rolled up, and that a conservative approach to spending is credible. At the same time, a liberal concern for those left out, and what might be considered a Keynesian economic concern for increasing productivity with some government stimulus, it also has a credible case. And so what the public has to come together is to make these judgments, and in these judgments also where the Millennium Development Goals fit in. Because we are a poorer society than we were 7 or 8 years ago. About 25% poorer, based on stock market valuations, based on housing valuations. And those are real measurements of wealth. And then based on currency relationships with at least some parts of the world. And so one of the great judgment calls for the American public is how you meet some legitimate conservative concerns with some legitimate liberal concerns with legitimate concerns for priorities in the world. And you've got what the nature of politics is all about, and the great question becomes, can you resolve these with respect for all sides, and can you resolve them in such a way that government itself operates effectively? Because there can be breakdowns in governance. And so this is something that we as a society have to balance.
Somebody else right there
I think
towards
this
the
is
front,
on.
and then we'll go to the back.
Jim, first of all, I'd like to thank you because whenever you talk about cultural diplomacy, you always bring it down to the most human level. And you talked about bridging space, time, and interdisciplinary subject matters. I'd like to ask you a question in relation to, I'm a product, like I'm sure many people here in Washington and around the United States, of a benefit of international exchange through fellowships like the Fulbright, like Rotary, like other exchange programs that not only bridge that space, the disciplines and time, they have you breaking meals, sitting down with people. They give you access to objects and analysis side by side with another scholar. And as we see at the Smithsonian, we have a tremendous amount of objects and access. How do we bridge that gap? And we've been doing it with the art and sciences. But I guess when I look to the future, I wonder, where is the funding going to come? I see a country like China where museums are just built hand over fist, and I see a lot of other countries in Europe reaching out to them, and very little coming from the U.S. unless it's driven by commercial sources. So I guess what kind of a new model can we do? I mean, I think especially given now the generation of people here of my age, I'd say, coming into positions of leadership who had those powerful exchange experiences and want to see it go beyond the traditional places into new things.
Well, this is a dilemma we have. Cultural diplomacy is symbolized in some ways by Fulbright, Rotary, as you mentioned, with their great scholarships. But it isn't that alone. If you think of students traveling and studying abroad, and also foreign students traveling and studying here, and by the way, that's what both Rotary and Fulbright do, is they bring foreign students here as well as send American students abroad. There's an awful lot of that taking place, and unfortunately we've had a brief period, largely with concern because of terrorism, that we put some tougher rules in place for students entering this country. And some of that is now being brought back to normality. We have a national interest, if we're going to compete in the world, to understand the world, And if we're going to have a context in the world in which to advance commerce and advance the American ideals, one way is for us to have students study here, and that goes way beyond Fulbright, way beyond Rotary. And then we have, likewise, a great case for our students studying abroad and our academics working abroad. I think the role of this has never been greater. We are going to have to do this aggressively. It's intriguing. Other countries are starting to compete. Australia, for example, is looking at very wisely taking on many more foreign students as an economic development program for Australia. And if you think of the notion of trade, for example, we make a widget here, we sell it to another country, that's positive, and vice versa. It's considered on the negative ledger of trade, exports versus imports. Well, there's no export that is more advantageous to us than the import of foreign students studying at our universities. Most of them pay their own way today. If we export a widget, the chances are it has foreign components. So this is a one-to-one thing. And so as a society, we ought to not only be encouraging the Fulbrights and the Rotary programs, we ought to be encouraging every state university to more aggressively seek foreign students and come up with ways and techniques. The other thing, as much as I am an enormous advocate, for example, of the Smithsonian, the NEA, the NEH, a lesser known but tremendous organization, IMLS, which means Institute of Museum and Library Sciences, the private sector does far more. We are a country in which private sector actions are much bigger than governmental. You take all the museums in America, the vast majority are local. If you take all of the libraries in America, they're local. If you take all of the universities and colleges, they're state and local. And so at the governmental level, we impinge, we do not dictate. And then the things that we impinge, we hope to do at the highest level. And I consider Fulbright one of the great emblems of a wise American domestic and foreign policy. And let me just conclude in one aspect of this. We sometimes think as foreign policy is what we do abroad and what people reach abroad. But if, for example, you take the Muslim world, arguably the most important foreign policy thing we should do is make sure that we treat well Muslim American citizens. Because every citizen in the Muslim world has some sort of relationship or knowledge of someone from their country and our country. And so how we treat foreign students, how we treat American citizens from varying backgrounds is of seminal significance. And we ought to think in those terms.
Well, thank you very much, Jim Leach, for a marvelous... I'm afraid I'm going to have to cut it off now because we're running a little over time. I'd like us all to give Chairman Leach a hand. We lost 3 people back there, but we couldn't help it.
Thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to listen to Chairman Leach. He makes such a powerful case for the importance of the humanities, for our knowledge of history, religion, languages, literature, and mythology, and certainly for the role of cultural institutions such as universities and museums. I wish all of you could have been with us yesterday afternoon. We had a marvelous Duncan Phillips lecture by the very socially engaged artist, Chilean artist, Alfredo Jar, who touched with, I think he showed 10 of his projects from across the world, which had so much to do with the importance of precision of language and of respect for the other. I want to say that we are going to take a short break. I think it's not going to be a 20-minute break. It's going to be more like a 12-minute break. And Dana, shall we try to keep to the schedule and reconvene at 11? Okay, he's a taskmaster. So we'll have a brief break. We'll be back here at 11 a.m. Thank you.
Yeah, it's really such a. So what do they do? Something each year? They do every They they have a. Can I go out and come back? Sorry? Who asked that last question? I did. I couldn't see her.
Good to see you. Welcome. I'm so delighted to hear that. I had dinner with the ambassador and everybody last night at the Institute.
Which he didn't know.
nice to have a face. How are you doing? How's everything? Are you going to be able to come?
I think I'm more back. Okay. Yeah. I'm next to the black card. You were next to the black card. Right, right. It's okay.
Always.
I know that.
Good morning again. I think I have the unenviable task of herding you all back into your seats, please. We're about to start the rest of this morning's program. Thank you very much. Please take your seats. Our next speakers, I think, are mic'd up, and I hope the mics work better than they did in the previous session. And we're also, because of the precision of the recording that we're trying to achieve, we won't be passing the audience microphones. We'll keep them in the stands, and when you pose your questions, we'll ask you to go to the microphones in the corridor. I want to now introduce Dr. Azar Nafisi and our moderator, Michael Durda. Dr. Nafisi is an author and scholar. We all know her because of the book we love so much, reading Lolita in Tehran. Michael Durda is the Pulitzer Prize-winning critic and book columnist for the Washington Post. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming our next speakers.
Thank you. Before we go any further, can you hear me all right? Is this good? How about in the back? Should people signal wildly if you can? Azar, why don't you try your mic as well?
We're having a Verizon moment. Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Well, thank you all for coming to listen in on our conversation about cultural diplomacy. First of all, I want to start off by asking Azar what she was doing in Minnesota. Before I came here this morning, I emailed her, and she said she was in Minnesota giving a talk. What were you talking about?
I'm sorry, I was sort of making signs with Dana.
Your name tag off.
Oh.
You take this off.
I can take this off, sorry.
Now no one will know who you are.
Much better for me, huh?
Cover your tracks.
Yes.
Anyway, you were in Minnesota giving a talk. What were you talking about?
In Minnesota, I was talking about who's going to bail out imagination and thought. And in Minnesota, I was talking about who is going to bail out imagination and thought.
What do you mean, bail out imagination?
Well, you know, bailout is becoming the trendy word to use. This is the time when even Saks Fifth Avenue asks for a bailout, you know. And yet, how much attention are we paying to the attitude, the perception, the passion that makes this country move forward? I mean, I don't think that we're in an economic crisis. I think we're really living in a crisis of vision. And the economic crisis is part of that. And so we, the people, have to have a national conversation about that.
This conference is about cultural diplomacy. What does cultural diplomacy mean to you?
Well, you know, sometimes I think culture and diplomacy don't really exactly go hand in hand, because culture essentially means seeing the world through the alternative eyes, seeing the world, even seeing yourself and questioning yourself the way you have never seen yourself or questioned yourself. Diplomacy sometimes is all about, you know, trying to see yourself in the conventional way. So it's a contradiction in terms, but it's a very necessary contradiction in terms. I think that real cultural diplomacy means two things simultaneously. One, curiosity. You need to be curious about the others in a genuine way and not just pay lip service to it. And at the same time, offer something that makes other people feel curious about you and want to know about you. And once you have that curiosity, then you have what Chairman Leach was talking about, which is the ability to put on someone else's shoes and walk around in them, which is empathy. So cultural diplomacy, from my point of view, is a simultaneous occurring of curiosity and empathy and connection to the other as well as the other inside you.
There seems to me to be a kind of tension in the idea of cultural diplomacy between what we would call a desire to perhaps Americanize the world, as opposed to looking for, seeking a more cosmopolitan, global notion of culture and citizenship. Do you feel that yourself? I mean, you've grown up in Iran, you now live in America. Do you regard yourself as an Iranian, an American, a rootless cosmopolitan, as they used to say back in the 30s?
As a writer, I consider myself sort of homeless in a way.
Yes.
Hannah Arendt talked about the writer always being the pariah, being the stranger. You need to be the stranger. And I always remember what Theodor Adorno used to talk about. The highest form of morality is not to feel home at your own home. So that is the whole idea, not to feel too smug, not to feel too much at home. Having said that, I was uprooted many times in my life, beginning at the age of 13. And being uprooted, leaving everything that you call home, it is full of anguish and pain. It is the kind of anguish and pain and longing that you feel about your first love, that you constantly try to retrieve, and it's always within your reach and not, But what I learned at that age even was that the only way I can have a home is through this portable home of imagination. The only way I can have a home that neither tyrannical governments, nor war, nor revolution, nor a flood or a tornado can take away from me is to create a home out of my imagination that is based on preservation of memory and at the same time carrying the best that the home offers. And so the world, in a sense, becomes your home.
Well, this is the way I grew up in a working class steel town in Ohio. My desire was not to feel not at home, but to feel at home in the world, yes, no matter where I might find myself. That I would not be provincial. I would not just be a kid from Ohio, but that I could travel, mix with people from different cultures, and feel at ease to some degree. It seems to me that cultural diplomacy is a lot about what Andre Malraux used to say, the museum without walls. Yeah. That is, we should expand our horizons. We should read more widely, more deeply. Is in fact, in some ways, the failure of American diplomacy, at least cultural diplomacy, is that people aren't reading enough, aren't reading deeply and widely enough. I mean, how many people in this room know anything about Persian literature? We won't answer. You don't have to answer that. I mean, so
that's one reason I'm here, because he does.
I mean, would you?
And you do. You
well, I don't.
A great article on Ferdowsi.
I know. Well, thank you. Well, that's a good point. I mean, you wrote "Reading Lolita in Tehran." Should we have a book called, "Reading the Blind Owl in Washington D.C."? This is a great modern Iranian novel.
Definitely. You should have asked this question because I might never shut up. So please
go on. We're to talk.
So please do, control me. Well, there are two aspects to this. Once, when you talked about your childhood in Ohio, and I immediately remembered one of my most favorite books, which is Winesburg, Ohio. That is,
sure,
someone this morning, was it Sidney Harmon? Someone talked about Maxwell Anderson, and I immediately was thinking of Sherwood. And I think both of them should be celebrated in a place like this. But from very early childhood, I learned, and I talk about it in my recent book. I learned that we live in the realm of the real. And in that realm, there's very little that we can control. We don't control what country we're born in. We don't control even what name we're given, what language we first speak. But there is that other realm, which is the realm of imagination, where you do two things. One, you have control. Because you talk about reality and you read about reality from a perspective other than the one that is quote-unquote imposed on you. But at the same time, I learned my father used to make me visit the world first through these imaginary maps. And the imaginary maps, imaginary guides, which were books. I first discovered about Iran through my father telling me stories by our great epic poet Ferdowsi, who, by the way, the year 2010 is his 1,000-year birthday, and what he did. Iran was invaded by the Arabs in the 7th century, and in the 11th century, which was an amazing revival of Iranian culture and poetry, Ferdowsi wrote the mythology, the 3,000-year mythology of Iran until the invasion, and so returned to us a sense of our history and of our identity. And my father always used to tell my brother and I that this is an ancient country and it's been invaded so many times, but what gives it continuity, what makes us Iranians, is our poetry. That was the thing. And then he had no prejudices, unlike some of our academics today. If you are a woman who was born in a Muslim majority country, and of course if you're a woman you can't help it, as soon as you come here, they tell you two things. You're lucky, you're coming here at a good time, because you're a woman, you can go into women's studies, and you can, write about Middle East and Islam. I said, no, you go into women's studies and write about Middle East and Islam. I want to write about dead white males. Because the whole idea of equality is based on the ability for us as the other to speak to one another, of one another, and about one another, and not be categorized. Because this republic, where my father showed me at the beginning, it was composed of Ferdowsi, and then we had Pinocchio, we had the Little Prince, we had that little jerk Tom Sawyer, which I learned to discard after I discovered Huck. We had Hans Christian Andersen. It was a republic of imagination that transcended the boundaries of nationality, religion, ethnicity, gender, and race. We need such republics. We need to be able to transcend our little nooks and crannies that we create for one another. And so these were the two things that I learned, that the world is my home once I start reading Rabelais, once I read Diderot, once I read Dante, once I read Ralph Ellison, once I read Zora Neale Hurston, and also once I come to Phillips. I forgot to tell you, the added bonus to coming to this meeting was coming to Phillips Museum. I wrote a great deal of both my books here at Phillips. I would go to the cafeteria up there. It used to be a very small one downstairs, which was rather difficult to work in, but now this wonderful, wonderful cafeteria. I would go up, take a look at my favorite paintings, come down, write, go up, take a look at, and the only complaint I have against Washington Post is that at the style section, when they did
you have a complaint against the Washington?
Just one small, against Washington, definitely against Washington Post, a few. One is the closing down of the book world. It was one of the most tragic. It was, that was what gave me a sense of community. I got to know you and Mary Arana and all of your colleagues, not because I knew you, but because I knew that something good is waiting for me during the weekends. And I feel very deprived,
Well, that said, we all regret the loss of Book World. I as much as anyone. But there are still book reviews in the Washington Post, and we should be grateful the paper does believe in the importance of literature as it does in art, music, and the coverage of culture in general. So it does exist.
I appreciate it, and I think Sidney Harman should take over the book world and give it back to us.
Sidney, are you listening?
Bring it back to us, It's all fine with Newsweek, but what about the nation's capital? Let's bring culture to this capital. It's not all about the superstar politicians who are rather boring at times. I don't know how many are in this club. But with Phillips, no, the only complaint I had against Washington Post was that when they did a profile for my recent book, Things I've Been Silent About, which was great, I loved the interview, I asked them to do the photograph in my favorite places, in places that gave me something, and we came to Phillips. and they very generously guided us and gave them of their time. And Washington Post did not write that this was at Phillips Museum, because that was the most important part of that photograph, not me, but the staircase at Phillips. So I want to rectify that.
I will sing Phillips' praises as well, because right now it's hosting art from my college, Oberlin College. The art museum is being renovated, and you can see many of its greatest paintings and works here because of the Phillips generosity.
Great.
So now that we've said enough about the Phillips, do you feel that then cultural diplomacy is simply a form of comparative literature, that we should all be reading more globally from the cultures of various countries, and that will develop simply through the experience of reading, greater understanding, tolerance, sympathy for cultures and people of different backgrounds? Is that the way?
Well, first of all, cultural diplomacy is something that I do believe in, very, very deeply. We cannot pay lip service to it. What is happening about this whole I feel your pain thing about other cultures, this sentimental way of looking at them is very dangerous. Literature is all about truth, and truth is always about taking a risk. It's like that little girl, Alice, you jump down the hole without asking any questions. And we have to jump down that hole about the other. And our dialogue with others should not be paying lip service to them, using them as children almost. You have a beautiful culture. But genuinely understanding the culture. And you understand it only through going to its art and music and food and literature, Let me give you an example about Iran. I came here in 1997. I came from a society where the regime had taken away, it either killed people or killed them by taking away their history, their sense of identity, monopolizing their culture, taking away their voices. So for me, coming here was, a miracle, because I could express myself freely, become myself again. And what do I find out? That there are two camps, usually. There are people who really understand culture and are in neither of these camps. There are two camps, but their attitude is the same. First, they reduce all these amazing countries that until the Islamic Revolution in Iran in 1979 had their particular identity and names. You in literature know how important it is to give every single entity its name. So countries as different historically, traditionally, culturally, politically as Afghanistan, Iran, Turkey, Indonesia, Malaysia, Saudi Arabia. The first disrespect we showed towards them culturally was to take on the language of the rulers over there and the extremists and call them the Muslim world. There is no such thing. The bad and good news, for some bad and some good, there is no such thing as the Muslim world. It is an entity that exists in the minds of those who like to not look at the truth because truth is complicated, who like to simplify things. Because if you call it the Muslim world, then where do you go from there? Either it's a good world, or it's their culture, whatever they do over there that is terrible. It's their culture, and we should not impose our culture on them. Or it's a terrible one, and we should do away with them. Muslims are all terrorists. Islam was a religion that never gave anything to us. Now, if you read through the alternative eyes of the great literature, Arab and Turkish and Persian literature and the history, you discover Egypt. Stacy Schiff has just come up with a wonderful book, Cleopatra, where people discover that Egypt was in fact called, it was Alexandria. Iran was Persia. Iraq was Mesopotamia. These ancient cultures have changed, and Islam has mixed and mingled with all these cultures. Some of the greatest philosophers and poets came also out of the post-Islamic culture. And if you knew Iran through its poets, what you would know was that 1,000 years ago, not just Ferdowsi, but another great poet, Gorgani, whom the great Dick Davis has translated, Gorgani wrote this amazing love poem, which is based basically on the Zoroastrian rites, which Iran was a Zoroastrian country before the Arab invasion. It is one of the most erotic and subversive books that you can read on love. Women in Ferdowsi are some of the most independent-minded and sensual women who not only choose whom they marry, they choose whom they make love to. Wine in mystical Iranian poetry, wine in Rumi, wine in Hafiz, wine in the agnostic poet Khayyam. Wine in these poetries is a way of communion with God. And 750 years ago, Hafiz mentioned hypocritical clerics who flog people in public and drink wine in private. So if I, as a woman, want to go back to culture, do I need to think that I want to be independent because I have read a few books by Western feminists? Bloody hell no. I go to my own culture. The Egyptians go to Cleopatra. They go to these amazing women at the turn of the century in Egypt, in Lebanon, in Iraq, in Iran, in Turkey, who said, we want to be free. 10 minutes. Sorry. Michael, you should cut me. But so what I'm saying is that if you want to understand our culture, you have to go and do serious work to understand that culture. And once you understand it, the amazing thing is not how different we are, but how alike we are. It is literature is the shock of recognition that, as Shakespeare said, ask the question, if you prick us, do we not bleed? We all bleed. And that is how I want cultural diplomacy to be done. I talked to the U.S. Embassy in Spain, actually, sponsored my program for my recent book in Madrid. And that was the kind of talk we had. And you have to remember that when you go to Spain or when you go to Saudi Arabia or we go to Iran or you go to Afghanistan or you go to France, you have to have a sense of their culture. You have to remember Spain not only produced Don Quixote, produced Lorca and Unamuno, and so that is the whole point, to genuinely immerse yourself in who that other is.
I think it does seem to me, however, that one of the great changes over the last 50 years in literature is that Americans, the world too to some degree, but are reading more globally. We look at who are our best-selling writers. There are people named Rushdie and Murakami and Perez Reverte and any number of other people from, Stieg Larsson, who we are no longer bound wholly by a kind of nationalism in our sense of American literature. But I think sometimes the world looks at America and reduces it just as we might look at the Muslim world, whereas American culture, American literature is various as the countries that you described. That we are not just girls gone wild. That's not our culture. We have a lot of variety here, which is what has troubled me in some ways when we think about people criticizing the more sort of overt exploitation of American culture. What is American culture? American culture is a lot of different things.
Yes, I'm so grateful that you brought this point out. First of all, I think Americans should start understanding we need a cultural diplomacy for inside America. Americans should understand their culture and history. Now, let me say something, Michael. As an immigrant, I just became a citizen in 2008, and I definitely did not come to this country to fill up my pockets or to train my children so that they'll all go to Wall Street and live happily ever after. I came to this country because it's one of the most poetic countries in the world, where its declaration of independence ends with pursuit of happiness. That is why people genuinely, even that quote-unquote illegal immigrant, comes here, because deep down there is this passion and this desire for meaning. And what I discover here is that because now that passion is not being replaced is being dominated by something very shallow, a politicization and ideologization of everything, and because we are not pragmatic but in fact utilitarian, where we ask stupid questions like, who needs the art museums? Why should the Congress pay for them? And the congressman who says that, he smiles coyly and says that I am in fact on the side of the workers. I have not seen many of his kind coming to National Gallery. Who does he think crowd the museums? Every book festival, the book festival here on the mall, who are the people who come here? Not even the academicians, not our elite. It is the people. And we need to appreciate our own culture in order to be able to communicate it to the world. And I agree with you, that reductionism of good and evil that exists among the right and the left, and exists among the elite, not just in this country, but has gone viral and is global, that attitude is what you and I should fight against. That is why I'm going to the Jon Stewart rally. I am. I am. And I'm not a newfangled fan, and I'm not a fan anyway, but I started thinking about him before 2000, in Decision 2000, because he sees the world through the alternative eyes, and I think we need to do that.
It does seem to me that sometimes diplomacy, in the largest sense, looks at the world in almost a transactional way. We'll give you this, we want something back in return. Whereas I think we need to simply share in the riches of the world's art, culture, literature, and to rejoice that these things are now available to us. That we have the means to read books from other nations through translations. That we can watch movies from around the world. That we can visit and see art from every culture and every period in our art museums. These are the things that enrich us, that humanize us.
You're right. And may I say one last thing? A lot of people about Iran, they come and tell me, what can we do for Iran? And to completely misquote and distort the great president, I sometimes say, do not ask what you can do for Iran, but what Iran has done for you. And I mean it. Young people in Iran are being accused and put to jail and even murdered because they want democracy. The thing that America has, which is its best weapon, is, without paying lip service to it, a culture of democracy. It's its democratic imagination. One of the former revolutionaries and reformists in these recent show trials had to come and confess that Max Weber corrupted him. Reading Hannah Arendt, reading Saul Bellow, reading Max Weber is not only censored, but dangerous. You see, tyrants know what threatens them. It is not your weapons that threatens them. It is a mindset that their people, that their children are taking. So if our kids back home, if our young people back home are when Paul Ricoeur or Naipaul or Habermas came to Iran, they were treated by the young like rock stars. If people over there are ready to risk everything they have to read Hannah Arendt and Karl Popper and Saul Bellow and Joseph Brodsky and Milan Kundera, we should understand that every day of our life we have to fight for this gift that is given to us from the countries that are fighting for the same things we fought for, you know.
I like to think of Northrop Frye, the great Canadian critic, who used to say that the function of education was to make one feel maladjusted to ordinary society.
Yes.
Yes. It goes with your idea of not being at home.
Yes.
You want to question. You want to be uncomfortable a little bit. You don't want to feel, as to use your word, smug and provincial and think that you alone have the truth.
That is the whole point, and I think that is why our academia, I mean, we're losing humanities and liberal arts are so being underfunded, and actually we, along with Council of Independent Colleges, are going to have a symposium on that. But the whole point is that where do you go to rediscover the meaning? You go to humanities and to liberal arts, and that is one of the things I'm very scared about today. Even when we talk about education, we're not talking about the content of education. I'm so happy that Bill and Melinda Gates, as they said, and 60 Minutes are paying so much money for education, and they're wonderful people. But who is going to take care of the attitudes we're training? You know, this black and white attitude where literature and arts has become a handmaiden to politics. I have been called all sorts of names just because I talk about Lolita. Because I'm not supposed to be talking about Lolita. If I talk about Lolita, I am empowering American imperialism. You know, this is so preposterous, you know. And yet it comes to us as a new thought, you know.
Well, I mean, this is part of what some people have felt was a kind of increasing shallowness in our young people, our reading. Often the internet is blamed, often the various media which encourages, quick searches for answers rather than the kind of slow, attentive focus on a text, that interaction which is true reading that leads to understanding and the kind of wisdom that you're talking about. That if we're going to think about culture, we need to really engage more fully with it than we do.
You are very right. Our enemy is not our political opponents. It is our attitude. I think imaginative knowledge is not just something that you need today and discard tomorrow. It is a way of perceiving the world, relating to the world, and changing it. And you, I think, said the most important thing, that no one should feel smug. These theories about literature, we cannot impose theories on literature. Literature is like life. You derive from the experience of reading something new. I don't want to reveal my age. Most probably you can see it anyway. But when I was going to college in the 70s, reading Lionel Trilling or Edmund Wilson, it was a new experience. It wasn't theorizing the work and demolishing it, but encountering the world the way you encounter life. And that is what makes you uncomfortable, because life is complex and complicated. So I hope we treat literature and we go back to complex thinking, which is fun. It is really fun.
I see that I have ignored our sign, when I was supposed to ask for questions, and we just kept rattling on.
I'm so sorry.
But before we absolutely end, as you say, Persian literature is rich in poetry. Could you recite a few lines of Persian poetry for us?
I'm
putting you on the spot.
Between Rumi and Hafiz, which one do I choose? They're both amazingly impossible with words, which I love. Hafiz. از خلاف آمد عادت به طلب کام که من کسب جمعیت از آن زلف پریشان کردم. Basically, he says that you should go against the flow of habits in order to be able to survive and live. And I think it's a good ending to what you were talking about, not feeling at home.
Thank you, Azar.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
We are crafting that delicate balance between keeping on track with this very ambitious schedule, and we'll hopefully have time for questions over lunch with Dr. Nafisi. Now, I have This is, I'm multitasking because I'll be introducing myself as moderator and being mic'd up, but it is my great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, the internationally acclaimed artist, painter Eric Fischl, who agreed to join us today. You know me by now. I'm the director of the Phillips Collection. Art historian, specialist in modern art, and eager to have this opportunity to talk with my dear friend and colleague, Eric Fischl. How about now? Great.
All right.
Anyway, I can make my commentary now. And if I get too loud and it screeches, you'll all be very cross with me. I love the ideas that came out in the last discussion. That's fine. Have a seat, Eric.
Yeah.
Put your mic on.
Can.
This idea of crisis of imagination and vision. But it's the one theme that we keep coming back to, it seems to me, is the importance of precision of language. One of the projects that Alfredo Jar presented to us yesterday was his project on Times Square, which was about America. And the real gist of that project, which was in the newspapers and caused a lot of controversy, was the idea that we, the people of the United States, have appropriated America much to the disadvantage and perplexed reaction of the people of the Americas, of the rest of the continent. But anyway, did you hear when Dr. Nafisi gave us our clue? When she said what we need is cultural diplomacy inside America. And I thought, thank you so very much, because that's when Dana Joya came to us with this beautiful opportunity to collaborate with the Aspen Institute, I couldn't help but think of your project, America Now and Here. And so I want to also have time to turn to Eric as a practitioner, as an artist, for that very special perspective. It was very important for us to have Elizabeth Diller here, to have Eric Fischl, because we want to hear the authentic voices of the visual artist. So let's start off with telling us a little bit about this ambitious project of cultural diplomacy within our borders.
Okay. Am I mic'd? Okay. First, let me say I hate following writers. They are so articulate. That was a great talk you just gave. Very inspiring. I've been working on a project that Dorothy referred to called America Now and Here. It's a project I started a few years ago and was an attempt to try to use art, the language and experience of art, as a way of redirecting the conversations we have with ourselves in this country about who we are. And what I did was I felt that America was suffering an identity crisis, that events over the last many years had thrown us off our center, and 9/11 was a catalytic event that confirmed that sort of spin off of our center and threw us into a kind of world of fear and uncertainty, self-doubt, etc. And the country was becoming more and more polarized, more and more tribal, and losing what our foundations are. I thought because it's a national crisis, we should turn to America's greatest artists, poets, playwrights, musicians, filmmakers, etc. Turn to the people that are generally recognized as the leaders of our cultural life, and ask them if they would create a work of art specifically about America. I said, make it something post 9/11, something that reflects on where we are, using 9/11 as one of the markers. I said it didn't have to be about 9/11. It was just somewhere. Where would you like us to think about, experience, re-examine, etc., America today? I actually, when I started out, I was just asking visual artists, and it grew over a period of time to include the other arts. And the idea was that we would take this art and we would put it into trucks, specially designed trucks that would become mobile museums. We would travel them around the country, going to small towns, to mid-sized cities, to military bases, state colleges, inner cities, etc. Try to engage a population of the society that is either doesn't use art as part of its daily life, or is disaffected by it or alienated from it in some way or another, economically, socially, geographically. And then what we would do would be to try to go into those communities and engage the creativity within those communities to respond to the work and the programs that are in the exhibition, so that we would create a creative dialogue, something that would bring local perspective onto a national stage. And so we've been doing that. The artists responded surprisingly quickly, emphatically. I say surprisingly because we're, modernism has moved so much into a kind of culture of individuality, and the idea of sort of commissions, the idea of sharing or collective response and stuff is relatively alien to that culture. So at first I thought I would meet with a lot of resistance, especially from the sort of superstars. But instead I was, incredibly surprised that they were all saying, yes, let's do this. This is great.
Did you demand from
I think these aren't clean glasses, so I'm going to drink out of the bottle.
That's fine.
All right?
That's allowed. Yeah, I thought of that earlier. Every detail counts. Good thinking. Take the bottle. Did you demand from the artists that they adhere to a certain kind of iconography? I mean, I noticed the American flag. Was this when you said that we were having a crisis of identity? Could your project be accused or misconstrued as something sort of patriotic? Is that what you intend?
It's first of all, you don't go to the great artists and say, do this, and it's got to be like this, and this, and, please put a lot of green in it or something like that. Well, I went to them to ask them for them to give me what they wanted, to give me, knowing that it would be a crapshoot, that it could have come back as, very confrontational, very politicized, overly intellectual. I mean, all of the things that are aspects of contemporary art could certainly have been part of this. I didn't preconceive thematics for it. I left it open, let it sifted back to me after I sent out the call to see if it would be self-organizing. And I was really surprised and delighted to see that, one, the incredible generosity of spirit on the part of the artist that gave work, that it wasn't confrontational in a simplistic sense, that it wasn't provocative in a sensational sense, that it was stimulating, sensitized. I also was amazed and frankly relieved to see that there was a self-organizing thing that was taking place, which was thematically it seemed like artists fell into categories of America as an iconic place, an iconic reality.
Oh. Through some of the images while we're talking?
Well, I'd actually like to just say something briefly about this, but let me do the things first. The second theme seemed to be about America as place. And that was a sense of place within a landscape, a region, a sense of place as home. And the third was America as people. It was a focus on identity. It was a focus on diversity. It was a focus on family or friendships, community, that kind of bonding. And these themes were sufficiently broad enough to include a tremendous variety of approach. This first one, Jasper Johns, it's a print that he gave to us that seemed absolutely appropriate, certainly fit into the category of America as iconic. What I found so poignant about it, it's initially you see it as a Jasper Johns iconic image, right? Which he's done since the 50s, using the image of the American flag as a painting motif, as an iconic motif, etc. What's different about this one than other ones he's done in his past is he's added a flagpole, which I don't know how well you can see it here, but there's a very delicate line drawn that anchors the flag to this orange field. And it both seemed to evoke for me that image of the American flag planted on the moon, which was one of our triumphs. And also there was such a kind of vulnerability to that heroic act when you see that small flag in the vastness of space. And he kind of recalls that in this, but at the same time, he's also saying that America needs to be anchored, that he no longer feels the confidence that he had in his past work and had to ground it some way, and so that there's a tremendous contemporary vulnerability that he's expressing in this, and I think that's a poignant image.
How do you think this project would translate? And obviously, I'm jumping the gun. You haven't even, it has not yet even hit the road here in America. But how would it translate abroad? Do you think?
Let me just say something. You were talking about patriotism. And it's interesting that, as this show becomes more and more known and people begin to respond to it in terms of, the project becomes more and more known, some people view it as a kind of patriotism which has a pejorative aspect to it because it implies nationalism, takes us down the road to fascism, et cetera, et cetera. So that's patriotism with a, kind of big P or something like that. But at the same time, this is such an embrace, such an outreach from the art community towards what we all consider home, that you have to see it as patriotic in the small piece sense of it. And were this show to go abroad, the criticism would be towards cultural imperialism, right? So that's the that's the tightrope one would walk, would be that we would be trying to go out and convince other cultures of something about ourselves without engaging the other cultures in response, right? The only way I think this would be successful outside of this country is if we established it as a way of getting other perspectives to comment on their sense of what America is within the creative language that's been established. Then I think it would be a very important program.
You articulated very important and lofty goals. There was a good article in The Nation that I was looking at last week. But you talked about, and I am assuming that this is really your fundamental goal. You talked about creativity as a form of literacy. So the idea of the artists coming together and jumping over the sort of isolation of their individual practice to partake, but also what are you imagining will happen in terms of the communities that you go to? I mean, you're going to have poets and musicians and
let me as this program expanded to include these other arts. The one thing that struck me was that the poets, the playwrights, the musicians, the filmmakers, all insisted that they had to be seen in the same context as the visual arts. They didn't want us to go into a town and the poets go to the library, the movies to the art house, the playwrights, the little plays go to the theater, et cetera, et cetera. They wanted the context of the trailer to be inclusive of all the arts and to have them all working together simultaneously, which is obviously a really interesting curatorial problem. Mm-hmm. But the poets did something that is historical. First of all, they came up with a way of doing it, participating, which is based on the renga, which is a Japanese conversational form of poetry. And our poet's idea was to begin the poem and then give it to the next poet who would respond. And rather than go back to the first, it would continue. And 54 of America's greatest poets, poet laureates, MacArthur winners, etc., have collectively created an epic American poem. I think probably the first time in history that they've done that, certainly on that scale, 540 lines. It starts with Robert Pinsky, who was ready to go. And we had to obviously schedule the poets. We gave them 3 days to write their 10 lines. I don't know if you've ever tried to get poets to do anything. But herding cats doesn't even describe the thing of it.
But a question from Dana on that one.
Yeah. But by the way, Dana was invited, but unfortunately there was a conflict. He was the head of the NEA at the time, but we were hoping we'd get his voice in there. But anyway, the renga started with Robert Pinsky, who happened to be in Massachusetts on the Atlantic coast, and he begins the poem, and then it moves all around. 540 lines later, Robert Haas is looking out over the Pacific. So that in and of itself is an American epic journey that embraces the whole country. I mean, it's really quite extraordinary. And the playwrights came up with a really ingenious thing too, which was that they invited, I should say first of all, Carol Muskie-Dukes and Bob Holman were the poets who curated the Renga. Marcia Norman and John Robin Bates were the playwrights who curated the playwrights. They came up with the form, which was that they'd invite playwrights to write 3-minute dialogues that would be performed unannounced in the exhibition like conversations overheard. And wherever we went, we'd pick up local actors who would do these plays in a kind of random fashion when they felt that the room was ripe enough for a good audience. So there's that.
I want to get to you as a painter. So if we flow through these images, I'm hoping that we'll come to your work, especially you sent us some paintings that were obviously inspired by a trip to India, I'm assuming.
I'm going to talk about this painting first. I don't mean to ignore you, but I'm obviously more wrapped up in the America project than I am in my own work. But
now that is rare for an artist to say that.
I know, it's true. But I just want to, first of all, we're talking about visual illiteracy. And what you're all participating in now is something that absolutely leads to visual illiteracy. You're looking at a slide of a painting. And you're looking not only at a slide of a painting, but you're looking at a slide of a painting in really crappy light. So there's very little chance that what is the experience of this painting could ever be conveyed to you, even though in your minds you've seen the painting. Okay? Now this is something, this kind of thing is something that is pervasive in the culture. You know, we receive images on our iPhones, our iPads, our computers, our televisions, our, advertising, et cetera, and we assume they're all the same, even though they go from small to medium to large. It's the death of painting, because painting is a somatic experience. When you stand in front of a painting, the painting puts your sense of your body into a very specific relationship with the thing that you're viewing. And in doing that, it changes your interpretation of what you thought before you experienced the painting. This is a tool that painters use. I'm going to talk about this painting, which is my wife's painting, April Gornick, which she did for the America show. I think it's an incredibly poignant painting because, and it's something that hopefully when you see the real painting, you will have the same kind of sense of revelation that I had when I stood in front of it. It's a large painting. It's larger than the span of my arm. So it's a grand scale painting. And you're standing there and you're looking out at this ocean. You're looking to the far horizon. And of course, one thing you'll notice is that you're standing absolutely at the edge of the ocean. Right? She's put you at the edge of the ocean, which is a boundary. And you look out past the roiling waves, you look out to the calm horizon, you look to the distance. What you don't know when you're looking at this painting is whether you're looking east over the Atlantic. Because if you are looking east over the Atlantic, you're looking to where we came from as a country. Or you may be looking out over the Pacific. And if you're looking out over the Pacific, you're looking west, which means you're standing on the very edge of how far we've come. And so within this one simple image, she too has collapsed America into an incredibly poignant experience that puts the whole country into your sense of self.
What's the response been? You said to me earlier that you're
terrible.
You're struggling with fundraising, which is a terrain that I'm somewhat familiar with. How is it going in terms of realizing this?
We're doing actually doing very well. We're going to launch the show in Kansas City in April 2011. Haven't been able to raise enough money to fabricate the trucks yet, so we're going to start without the trucks, finding interesting places within the cities to put the works, draw attention both to areas that the city wants to embrace, engage, focus on. We're going to do that for probably 3 of the stops, and then hopefully by then we'll have raised the remainder of the money for the trucks and continue on that. The trucks are very essential for mobility into areas like small towns, military bases, but also the area regions like the Central Valley in California, which is one of the most complicated and shows up at the lowest end of all social indicators, is an important area to engage in the conversation about America. So I don't know how many slides of so this begins my work that Dorothy asked me to put in. So I guess because you want to talk about artists abroad.
Well, no, I want to talk...
Or artists who paint broads.
I'm shocked. That's who paint broads? Oh, gosh. I'm stunned to have an artist on stage with me who for the first time is resisting talking about his work. But no, I just think that that's important for people to know your painting and also to hear a little bit about the impact. You've talked extensively about the notion of home, which runs a little bit counter to the notion of home that was floated in the previous conversation. And I just wonder about the impact of your interaction with the broader world as an internationally renowned painter.
Well, I started off with this painting from southern France. Here's another one. I started off with them because in the early 80s I went to southern France as an American abroad. And I came into a direct kind of confrontation with otherness in a way that I hadn't anticipated, which was the kind of hedonism, the kind of I can't say unself-conscious because they're very self-conscious about it, but very open about their self-consciousness about hedonism and on the beaches of southern France. What I came in sort of direct confrontation with was my own sort of Puritanism. All of the issues around public and private, in relationship to the body, in relationship to sensuality, eroticism, sexuality, and whatnot, came into focus. As I sat on the beaches watching people be naked and socially interactive. And I became riveted by that and took a lot of photographs and went home and made my paintings and stuff. And I was kind of feeling like, I've done to southern France what David Hockney did to L.A. I named it, right? But when I showed the work to the French, they thought these were paintings from Long Island.
I'm going to be a good moderator, and because we denied our audience Q&A last time, I think I should open it up, if you don't mind.
I don't mind. I'll thumb through these while we're being asked.
When did you go to India? But if I ask him a question, he's going to talk.
I went to India in 1987, And I was invited by a family. I actually never had a fantasy, even when I was a hippie. I never had a fantasy about India the way it had been embraced by the hippies. I hated the smell of patchouli oil, etc. So I went. Because of the way the family had invited me, I knew I would be taken care of because India itself terrified me. It seemed like pure chaos, which in fact it is. And I didn't think I would go with the sense of that I would be inspired by it. I thought I would experience it, but what it turned out was the most extraordinary experience in relationship to otherness that I had ever encountered. As somebody who works with the body, for example, and I pride myself on the ability to read body language. I went to India and I could not tell anything. I couldn't tell whether this was a good situation, a bad situation. You know, I mean, it was like signals that I hadn't.
Another language.
Another language, yeah.
Well, may I ask if anyone in the audience has questions for Eric? There is a question. Now, we're going to ask you to get up and go to the microphone. At least that was... At least we were.
Thank you so much. It was so interesting. Cynthia Schneider from Georgetown University. And I'm curious, I'm so curious about your America project. I wonder what you would consider, what you hope to get out of it, what you hope will happen when you travel around the country. I wonder, are any of the artists going to travel with you? I also think it'd be so interesting if you would collect in writing, this could be on the web and maybe you've already done it, just why the artist wanted to do this, because I don't think patriotism is a bad word. I think it's a good thing. And the idea of artists doing something patriotic runs counter to, I think, the traditional American idea about artists. But other people outside America look to our art as what embodies what America is. You know, for some strange reason, we don't do that. And so I'd just love to hear what you hope this will accomplish, and also how you decided to start in Kansas City.
The last question's the easiest to answer. That's where the money was. So actually, Kansas City is a perfect metaphor for what we're trying to do. If you fold the map this way and that way, Kansas City's right in the middle of that fold. It's the dead center of the country. If you look at maps of trails blazed across this country to, discovery, et cetera, there's like 2 lines that go from the East Coast to Kansas City and then 1,000 that go out from Kansas. That it really was a place that generated, sponsored, brought together the exploration and unification of this country. So it works on all those levels. Also, it's interesting in talking to the people in Kansas City we've been talking to, they saw it as patriotic. They got it and got excited about it because it was patriotic. But anyway, we are collecting the artists that are in the show. We have been collecting why they are. These will be all part of our website. We're doing a very kind of robust sort of social media and web programming and stuff like that to try to be able to be inclusive as much as one can. I mean, obviously within the trucks, we're limited to whatever the show is as it is now. So to get the local responses into the context of it, we're going to have to find other venues within the towns, but also try to upload all this stuff so it intermingles in that way on the internet. Did I answer those questions?
Okay, I think this is on. All right, I actually have to shoot out 4 questions. You don't have to answer them all. Jane Melange, I work at the Smithsonian. but I'm really struck, and I've heard about this project through various colleagues. But my first question is to throw out, so do you think art museums are failing across the United States? Because basically you're creating a container that's going to go and travel to. You talked about the lack of visual literacy. I think for those of us who've worked in regional, small museums, national museums, international museums, I am a curator, I must confess that as well as an administrator. The whole thing has been trying to attempt people to see the art museum like a library for visual ideas. So I applaud that. I think the fact that this is coming from the artist gives you a kind of freedom that there's not sort of an obvious curatorial stance. It seems like there's this loose aspect. But I guess I'm asking, what is sort of the long-term goal or hope that you have will come out of this? Because I think you can have these interventions, and artists are fantastic about interventions, and they're creative in the ways in how they project and produce these things. Art Train has something similar. You talk about containers. But how are you going to connect with those places and really, I think that the power that you have is to validate the creativity that's already going on. Because when you leave, how is that going to continue? So I just challenge you to think about the community involvement. And even at the Smithsonian, this is something we struggle with. We have thousands of people shuffle through. What do they do when they go back? And then again, how does it connect with their lives? And you guys as artists have the capacity to do that in a different way than we do as museums, but also to engage in these regional institutions.
All right.
Sorry about that. We think about this a lot here.
First of all, a disclaimer. I'm not a curator. I did a shout out to my peers to do this. So it really is not a curated show in the strictest sense of the word. Also, when I started to conceive this program, it went against something that I had really believed in about art, which was that it was important for people to make pilgrimages to great art. And I think that the pilgrimage is something that is a social glue, a cultural glue. Sorry, flip this. Maybe I'll flip this one a little faster.
I'm just distracted by your
part. And so on one hand, I believe in that. Certainly with work that's like painting and sculpture, which are unique objects that and you can't really experience them except in the presence of them. I think it's important for people to make that connection, that commitment to go see. So here I am organizing an exhibition which is about us going to them. But
decorative arts. I'm not seeing chairs. I'm not seeing tables. I'm not seeing,
Where are you not? What are you saying?
No, in your concept, I think it's so beautiful. You've brought in poetry. Oh.
Wait a minute.
Because you're talking about containers, and I just thought that's right. Museums are containers. You're bringing containers. I'm just struck by the diversity of disciplines, which it's kind of a theme here for cultural diplomacy and awareness, but I don't see a sensitivity to other materials that embody that.
Well, you asked what we envisioned as this program and also as a leave behind. First of all, it went from being a immediate response to a crisis, which had a particular, sort of thematic thing, America post 9/11 up till now. But in the process of organizing this thing, we began to develop a sense that, in fact, this isn't a show, this is a program. And so these trucks will roll out frequently, every 2 years, 3 years, whatever it is, with a fresh perspective on aspects of America, whether it's it goes out and it's about ecology, or it's about design, or it's et cetera, different ways that we can approach looking at us. And so it is an ongoing program, not
not static.
Static one. Yeah. And the other thing is that in terms of leave behind, and museums do this too, but we're trying to make it happen. Everything in the show is imitatable as a form, and so what we're doing is we're going to get starting with school groups and then people, the arts community and non-artists to try to use those forms for expression as well. What we're looking for is that people come back to us with whatever perspective they have, but it has to be couched within a creative expression. And that's when we pull out of town, that's what's left behind is something that demystifies creativity on one hand, that doesn't separate people so that only specialized people can do this thing, et cetera, but begins to see these acts as something that can be self-generated, shared, fun, silly, fabulous, et cetera, et cetera.
This is great. I think we've run through our time, so I'm going to call this session to a halt. And first of all, I want to thank you, Eric.
I'm sorry I talk so much.
No, that's why we brought you here, is to talk. And I want to say that, it's a great pleasure being with you and hearing you. We're going to break now for lunch. We will reconvene, and as you've experienced, promptly at 1:45. And I think that's all I need to say. Thank you so much, everybody, for your attention this morning.
just thought about you guys and your boys a little while ago. How are they doing? They must be out in the professional world by now.
Well, they're almost.
Yeah. Oh, right. Good for them.
The 1930s, yeah.
Yeah. That's when the Civic Auditorium went up. That's fabulous. Did you graduate from high school there? I did.
She was on the fancy, yeah, she was on the fancy side of that.
I will. Yeah. But she should have been here this morning because they were talking about international students having difficulty. Another problem is the expensive studying in the States versus the expensive studying in places like Australia. Much cheaper.
Oh, yeah.
Places where they have
subsidized education.
We suffered from that too. Our kids went to Oberlin. Oh, he's a professor at the University of Oklahoma.
Aha.
He's a historian of technology. Yeah, that's a break for chat. Nice to see you both.
You too. But, well, I don't want to take up a seat. I'll sit next to you for 10, but I really have to sit right out of the line.
Good afternoon. I'd ask you please to take your seats again. We are going to start our afternoon program. And I'm being true to my partner, Dana Joya's wish that we keep the trains running on schedule. Anyway, my honor is to introduce the very distinguished John Brademas to you. His career, well, you know all about him. His career as a politician, as a leader of universities, as an ongoing and very eloquent advocate of the humanities in our culture. And we are, of course, very grateful for his support of this program today. Please join me in welcoming John Brademas.
Thank you very much. I ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks. I would like to thank Dana Joya and Sidney Harmon and their colleagues at the Aspen Institute. I don't know if there's light here or not, for organizing today's event. and to Dorothy Koshinsky for graciously hosting us here at one of the leading museums of modern and contemporary art in the United States, the Phillips Collection.
Beyond my pay grade.
Thank you. That's it. That's it. Leave it on.
I did it. Oh, what did I do?
Thank you.
It worked.
And thanks to all of you for joining us for the 2010 Aspen Cultural Diplomacy Forum, which is being co-sponsored, I'm pleased to say, by the center which bears my name at New York University for the Study of Congress. I'm also pleased to see a number of old friends here, such as Alberta Arthurs, Joe Duffy, Frank Hodsell, and I also want to thank Michael Denicia and Tom McIntyre of my office for their help, even as I salute Madeleine Albright and my former colleagues, Jim Leach and Jim Moran, my former colleagues in Congress. Now, you're all here because you agree that our topic, how international arts and cultural exchanges advance American diplomacy, deserves greater attention. Our hope is that programs like this forum will raise the profile of cultural diplomacy among policymakers and encourage them to provide the resources that will enable these exchanges to become an integral component of American public diplomacy. Allow me to explain my own involvement in this field as a member of Congress, as a university president, and today. I was for 22 years, from 1959, a member of the United States House of Representatives from the state of Indiana. While a member of the House, I served on the Committee on Education and Labor, which had jurisdiction over legislation dealing with the arts and the humanities, libraries, and museums. And during the course of my work on museums, it became clear to me that major impediments to exhibitions, especially of art and other objects on loan from museums outside the United States, were huge insurance premiums. In 1974, Thomas Hoving, then director of the Metropolitan Museum of Art, telephoned me to say that he wanted to mount at the Met an exhibition of Scythian gold objects from the Hermitage. The cost, however, of insuring this art, borrowed from the premier museum in the Soviet Union during the Cold War, would have been $500,000. In order to make sure that this important exchange of art between leading American and Soviet museums went ahead, I authored in Congress what would have been known in the British Parliament as a private bill. We passed a special law putting the full faith and credit of the federal government behind the protection of the objects borrowed from the Hermitage against theft, damage, or destruction. Then we in Congress made possible another exhibition of Chinese archaeological treasures in the same way by a special indemnification. So one day, soon after these two successful exhibitions in which United States taxpayers lost not a single cent, I telephoned Senator Claiborne Pell of Rhode Island and said, Claiborne, this is not a bad idea. We should explore making something like this permanent. And so in 1975, Claiborne Pell and I were successful in the writing into law the Arts and Artifacts Indemnity Act. Under this measure, a museum in the United States may seek an indemnity from the federal government of the value of art or other objects from foreign countries for showing in the United States without the museum having to pay prohibitive insurance premiums. Today, the ceiling for an individual indemnity is $1.2 billion for a single exhibition, while the aggregate amount of indemnities outstanding at any one time is limited to $10 billion. Since 1975, this program has indemnified nearly 100 exhibitions, saving organizers an estimated $300 million in insurance premiums, and virtually no money has had to be paid out under the measure. The indemnity program has enabled Americans every year in museums and galleries across the country to view an extraordinary number of art objects and artifacts from other nations. And it has enabled American art to be shared around the world. So I'm deeply gratified that 35 years later, the Arts and Artifacts Indemnity Act continues to encourage these vital exchanges. In 1980, seeking re-election to a 12th term, I was defeated as a consequence of Ronald Reagan's landslide victory that year in the presidential race. Shortly thereafter, I was invited to become, in 1981, president of New York University, and served in that position until 1992, when I became president emeritus, my present responsibility. When I arrived at NYU, I found a regional New York, New Jersey, Connecticut commuter institution. And my goal was to transform it into a national and international residential research university. A key feature of that transition was investment in international education. We established in our Stern School of Business a Center for Japan, U.S. Business and Economic Studies. With a gift from the actress Paulette Goddard, a Remark Institute for the study of Europe, a Skirball Department of Hebrew and Judaic Studies, with help from the Alexander S. Onassis Foundation, a program in Hellenic Studies, and with funds from CITCO, a chair in Latin American Studies, in the name of Andrés Bello, the Venezuelan leader and tutor of Simón Bolívar. We welcomed to the university His Majesty King Juan Carlos I of Spain, awarded him an honorary degree, created a professorship in his name, and then in 1997, in the presence of their Majesties the King and Queen Sophia, and the then First Lady of the United States, Hillary Rodham Clinton, I announced the establishment at NYU of the King Juan Carlos I of Spain Center for the Study of Modern Spain. And it is in that office that that building that I make my office today. I'm deeply gratified that my successors as president of NYU have continued this commitment to international educational exchanges. We have thousands of students from an estimated 130 foreign countries attending classes at NYU. And particularly important, New York University has a number of centers abroad in London, Paris, Prague, Florence, Madrid, Ghana, Buenos Aires, Tel Aviv, and Shanghai. And this fall marks the opening semester of NYU Abu Dhabi. And just last month I attended the groundbreaking ceremony for what will be the university's newest study abroad site in that most exotic and foreign of places, Washington, D.C. My major project now, as you've maybe observed, is the John Brademas Center for the Study of Congress, which is co-sponsoring today's proceedings. The center examines the role of Congress as a policy-making institution. Our center brings together senators and representatives, current and former, Democrats and Republicans. This is not a partisan initiative. Cabinet officers, congressional staffers, journalists, students, and scholars to discuss the processes, the ways by which our national legislature influences and shapes policy, as well as significant issues of public policy. One of the center's current programs is a project on cultural diplomacy. And I would like to thank the members of the project steering committee who are with us here today, Alberta Arthurs, Frank Hodsell, Moret Wester. In January 2009, we held at NYU a symposium that brought together a group of distinguished arts and cultural experts, and I see some of you here in the audience, to explore the policy implications of a renewed focus on United States cultural diplomacy. These experts called for an expansion of international arts and cultural exchanges, and the Brademas Center released their recommendations in a report to Congress and the President, a copy of which you may have received today, moving forward a renewed role for American arts and artists in the global age. I am very pleased to say that the distinguished chairman of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, Senator John Kerry, enthusiastically endorsed our report, and the Brademas Center is working with the committee to examine and implement these recommendations. Let me highlight just a few of them. And I'm quoting, "This report recommends that international arts and cultural exchanges be integrated into the planning strategies of U.S. policymakers as a key element of public diplomacy. A robust public diplomacy is essential to U.S. national security and the promotion of American interests around the globe. The arts community has observed firsthand the value of international artistic exchanges in promoting moderation and tolerance among widely diverse religious and cultural groups. It is critical that international arts and cultural exchanges be two-way, person-to-person endeavors in order to promote the human connection and that such connections be sustained over time." I'm still quoting. "We can demonstrate the multicultural nature of American society at its best, presenting a vision of openness and freedom of expression to societies where such opportunities are often lacking. Cultural exchanges must be sensitive to local needs, practices, and aspirations. The State Department should be encouraged to be an active participant in the ongoing efforts to map the world's cultural infrastructure toward the protection of important art objects, artistic forms, sites, and institutions located in disaster and conflict areas. In recognition, we say, of the borderless nature of the Internet, we urge that the latest and most advanced electronic social networking technology be utilized in cultural diplomacy programs. We believe that the pairing of technology and culture would be especially efficacious through the dissemination of hardware and software to more remote areas of the globe where cultural understanding and exchanges are especially needed. We believe that the government should encourage and promote two-way international exchanges, acting in a convening role to bring together private organizers, and private funders. To advance this conversation and to raise the profile of cultural diplomacy, the Brademas Center is partnering with a group of institutions in the United States and overseas to hold a series of international conferences, beginning here with Aspen and the Philips, next at Abu Dhabi, then in Salzburg and in England over the next 2 years, that will focus on various themes and challenges in promoting international arts and cultural exchanges. And I hope that all of you attending this conference today will support our efforts to reinvigorate cultural diplomacy as part of the foreign policy of the United States. Now, as I conclude these remarks, I remind you that I am a child of the House of Representatives and not the Senate. And so I say, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you so much for those remarks and announcements. I can't begin to tell you what an impact you've had on my life. I think every exhibit that I've curated in a 30-year period received some portion of indemnification. And as a doctorate from NYU, I thank you for your leadership of that institution. It's my pleasure now to introduce our next speaker and moderator. Joseph Duffy is the former chairman of the National Endowment for the Humanities and former director of the United States Information Agency. And Felicia Knight is president of Night Vision International and former director of communications for the National Endowment for the Arts. Please join me in welcoming them.
Thank you very much. Dr. Duffy and I are going to have a conversation beginning with USIA. As was mentioned, he was the director of USIA. Indeed, he was the last director of USIA from 1993 to 1999. So what we would like to talk about is what USIA was meant to be, what it became, how it came to be lost, what we did lose, and where do we go from here. All that in 30 minutes with 10 minutes for questions. And hopefully the L-tryptophans and the smoked turkey won't kick in before we're done. So, the official language in the State Department archives says that USIA was put into existence to explain and support American foreign policy and promote U.S. national interests through a wide range of overseas programs. So that's what it was meant to be. You have written and stated extensively that you think that the mission of USIA succumbed to globalization. Talk about globalization in the USIA mission, what you meant by that, what you think, how you think it evolved.
Well, I've written that I think it succumbed to the Cold War, and then globalization became our public diplomacy. Let me say, first of all, as an academic, that through history, I'm going to try to go through this very quickly. Nicholas Cole, a British historian, has done the best job. He has all the manuscripts, and he's at University of California if you want to look at this history. I also happen to be the last Assistant Secretary of State for Education and Cultural Affairs. That's the first job I went to in 1977. Now, that position, the first director, Assistant Secretary, was Archibald McLeish. And I would say in those days it had very much some of the concept of what we're trying to get back to. USIA, President Carter had promised the president of one of the networks that he would take all that out of the State Department and put it to USIA because Radio Free Europe and Radio Voice of America didn't want to be a part of the State Department. And so I fought that because I decided the State Department needed it more, and Carter called me to his office one day and said, well, I want you to go to the National Endowment for the Humanities. That probably was a mistake. Why did the USIA was shaped? There are many great veterans here, to a large extent by the Cold War, winning hearts and minds, but in a broad cultural sense, very similar to what we're trying to talk about today. And why did it end? Well, we were trying to do something about the deficit. We're talking about it as an issue now. It was a very significant issue then in terms of America's competitiveness and stability.
I think we all called it the peace dividend then.
But the State Department needed the money. The State Department, I think, really felt in a triumphal way at the end of the Cold War it was all over. History is ended. Everybody wants to be American. Everybody loves America. And I fought that too, but I lost to Jesse Helms and others. That's a bit of history you can read. Today we're in quite a different world, and we'll go on from there. But I would say that it ended mostly because of our triumphalism, because we really felt that it was all over at the end of the Cold War. You remember we had a book about the end of history. We had the economic system that was clearly the model, and everybody loved America. My feeling then, from the polling I did and my experience overseas, is that lots of people envied America. And all of us love America. We can talk about it, but it was not quite, we exaggerated a little bit. And of course, today, we've become, as people keep writing from overseas, almost obsessed with public diplomacy because we're sensing this particular problem. But we do not have an operating system in the State Department for culture and education. We have an assistant secretary, or an undersecretary, an assistant secretary. We do not have an operating system, functioning system there in terms of our foreign service. I think that Secretary Clinton recognizes that and is trying to get back to that.
Should we have been able to see past the triumphalism and look to...
Well, that's a lot to ask in history, isn't it? Mm-hmm. I mean, I think the key question is now understanding where we are today. My suggestion to the State Department colleagues with whom I work now is the first thing you should do in the morning is read the Financial Times and look at the way the American economy is being understood and perceived. We're in a situation now where you can sit in a cafe. This is totally different than the way it was 15 years ago. You can sit in a cafe in Lagos and watch all the debate. You can watch Glenn Beck, you can watch Fox, you can watch what's going on in this country. And you've got more access to the fact that our distribution of income and wealth is one of the most serious problems. It's gone in the wrong direction. That we have more young black men in prison, the size of a prison population for our population than any other nation in the world. The kind of things that our economic system has been wonderfully triumphal. In the first stage of globalization, yes, we had the money to invest. But now we must raise questions, and we're having an intense debate, not for the first time, between social cohesion and social responsibility and this total kind of freedom of no regulation or some appropriate regulation. So the world is seeing that and explaining to ourselves, I think, explaining ourselves to the world is more important even than winning hearts and minds.
Are you saying then that that's the culture that the rest of the world is seeing?
Well, I think they are seeing that, and we have to recognize they're seeing that. It's much more transparent.
And then what do we do about that?
Well, one of the youngest...
As Michael Dirda said, we're not just girls gone wild. We're not just one expression
One of the youngest foreign ministers in the world, David Miliband, was appointed by Gordon Brown, what's it been now, 3-4 years ago. David made his first address on YouTube, shows his generation. He said something in that I've never heard a foreign minister say before. One of my goals as foreign minister of the United Kingdom is that more people in this country should understand what the world looks like if you live in India. So I would say cultural diplomacy has to be as much related to this international, both sides of understanding. When I travel the world now, and I've just done this for almost 10 years, what gift do you take when you're meeting somebody in the Middle East or something? My first gift and presentation is a set of books that I found almost 10 years ago from the Meyer Foundation in Paris. Meyer Foundation describes himself as committed to a different form of globalization. The books are called Keywords. There are about 7 of them. And I just brought 2 of them. One is called Identity and one is Experience. Each book has a short essay on that word, identity or experience or gender or others, from someone in Africa, America, the Arab world, China, Europe, and India. That establishes more of a kind of basis for understanding and start for dialogue with people with whom I work in other parts of the world. I think that anything I could come along with, and I believe that's the essence of the challenge we have.
So, looking then historically at what the United States did for cultural diplomacy or international understanding and what the United States is doing now, where are we lacking? Are we lacking?
Well, we have a much greater challenge now.
So how do we approach that challenge?
Well, first of all, let's take the art world we've been talking about today. Now, let's think of the museum. There are those who very much cherish and love pieces of art and love to collect them. Then there are some museums that have, and it's all, there are different opportunities, that are dedicated to the interpretation. If you had been in Washington, 15 years ago when the Museum of the American Indian was being established here, there was an enormous debate going on between those who said, well, they're not showing us the sort of sacred objects that museums are supposed to have. What are they doing? They're telling us the story of Native Americans right up to their presence in Chicago today. And I remember at the time getting involved in that debate because I was talking about the museum in Mexico, the Museum of Anthropology, the one in New Zealand. Those museums that are dedicated to explaining history, interpreting for a generation coming along, rather than the sort of precious object. I'm not putting that down at all. We need that approach in our cultural, in the way we use culture now, I think. I think the world needs to know more about the debate that has always gone on in America between fierce independence, let's let the government leave the government, let's have as little government as possible, and those who say there's some kind of social contract, we are a society that that does have some concern for all its citizens. Those two have always been in fierce dialogue in this country. We need to explain that.
Let's harken back then to when USIA was in full swing, or actually as it ended in 1999. It had 190 outposts in 140 countries. That's not there anymore. So where do we fill that void?
Well, we have a presence in those countries of business and corporations and individuals, and that's why the private sector the government will never dominate that area again, or will have the resources to do it, particularly not with our present economic crisis that we've got. Our government is not that efficient anyway. So it's the private sector that has to be a partner, play a major role. I just think that's inevitable.
And is that inevitable for the better or the worse? Do you regret that USIA was lost? Can it be made better?
I would be wasting my time doing that, I think. The issue is understanding where we are. I mean, we use this word international. That's old hat now. Global. And I think that has a different meaning in terms of education and perception. And I don't, some of my colleagues here, we use the internet. We do a lot of blogging. We talk about our ranting about, let's look at the present situation and the challenge, which is greater understanding among our citizens of how people see the world, less missionary kind of look what we can do for you approach to the world, and more kind of look what we need to do together in education and other areas. I think
how
that's
do you
more
achieve
significant.
that?
Well, you achieve it. You in the cultural world where you have the opportunity to put together exhibits and activities. You do it with more of what I keep bringing along books, but one of John Brademas' faculty put a book about 9 years ago that I again take all over the world called Dick Sennett. You may remember Dick wrote The Hidden Injuries of Class. His book is called Respect in the World of Inequality. That's the best guideline to putting together programs. We need to do lots more to explain American history because people are totally... A couple of days ago, the vice president of one of our think tanks wrote an article on the web called The 50-Year War. Well, I immediately went to read it because I wrote some history about the Cold War. Had heard of the Cold War at all. It was a war between those Americans who want no government or at least as little as possible and don't want to pay taxes and don't want any health care, and a war between those people who talk about sort of equal opportunity and taking care of people and at least even in measures. That is been a 50-year war. The world is totally puzzled as it sees us now raging about it. So people who put together exhibits, even if it's art or other kinds of exhibits, need to bring with that, I think, a kind of historical explanation, do more joint projects. I really think we need to think in a new mode, get beyond that.
We hear you talking about referencing respect. Chairman Leach has referenced civility. Previous speakers have talked about their individual efforts in trying to cultivate a greater understanding globally, not internationally. Should all of these efforts coalesce in one great effort? Do they need to be conducted independently and move forward on their own?
I think what needs to be together is an understanding of the world in which we're operating and the needs, rather than a centralized direction. Well, I don't think we'll ever get that anyway. That's not the kind of society we have. We need to have more conversations about the public perception, young people's experiences, the experiences we may make possible for them to have a better understanding of what our young people are doing. Despite the Islamophobia, which I think is growing, and particularly right now in this city, maybe just the demagogic preparation for an election, more and more young people are going, as I understand, are going to the Middle East for their student year. We should encourage that kind of thing. But I don't think there can be an agency or an oversight that will dominate it all. I think we have to work together with the institutions we have and the support we can build. And I think we have to respond, particularly with the Middle East, to those people in Cairo and Jordan and Saudi Arabia who are trying to respond to Obama's speech in Cairo. And we need to meet and partner with them. And the Aspen Institute, of course, has just started a new venture of that time, which I admire very much.
You talk about having conversations, and we're all having a conversation here today. We're also pretty much talking to each other. Earlier, I believe it was Dr. Nafisi mentioned, we need to have a conversation with those people who say, you know, we don't need the arts, we don't need public money to support the arts, who goes there, I don't see people like me in the museum, et cetera, et cetera. So where do you begin the conversations? And I've seen them happen and I've seen them be successful, but how would you suggest we begin conversations with people who don't necessarily want to have that conversation?
Well,
how do you tell them or bring them around to the idea that it really is in America's best interests to, number one, be better understood internationally and to understand
the most effective way right now, and again, this will irritate some of the people in the audience, is to look at how we appropriate the money we now spend, because we're not going to have significantly larger budgets. My own feeling is, and this is that on broadcasting we are spending far too much money. It's very attractive. We put a little message together and send it out there, but it's old hat. It's not that it does in some areas. To still call something Radio Free Europe. What does that say to the Europeans at the point? I would say it's a question, though, of the reallocation of resources. That's why General Gates and Hillary Clinton have been having some conversations. It gets a little difficult when it gets below them, because as General Gates said the other day, we have more money to support our bans than you have to support public diplomacy in the State Department. We need to weigh in on that as the military-industrial complex now looks at the size of spending. Eisenhower, the only president we ever had who lived overseas, warned us of that. But I think it's going to have to be done that way, an evaluation of the effectiveness of what we now do and of the allocations, rather than finding. I wish I could tell you it's going to finding. Our economy is not going to grow enough.
Where would you allocate that money? Where do you think we should be putting limited resources?
Well, I would put less into broadcasting and more into this kind of activity. I would have more corporations make commitments to this, because it affects them in terms of their future, and that's why Business for Diplomatic Action, I think, which we'll have a meeting, is Frank's involved, is a very
Would you encourage public-private partnerships, or should they do that on their own, or both?
Well, I think both, but yes, I think the government can do things to perhaps provide an incentive. But we're not going to have the resources, and our economy is not going to grow at the level for at least a decade for us to have any, and we just need, I think, to be quite realistic about this. I know that's rather harsh news, but I think that's the reality.
Does being realistic necessarily mean we have to be pessimistic?
No. I'm hopeful without being optimistic. So.
Actually, I'd like you to explain that a little more. I mean, I know what you mean, but why are you not optimistic?
Well, one of my mentors and colleagues, Peter Berger, and another old friend, Anton Zeiderfeld, have just done a new book. I urge, again, forgive me for recommending books. The book is entitled In Praise of Doubt. And the essence of the book is that religious conviction, properly understood, can save you from, well, let's put it this way. Aldous Huxley said once, half the problem with the world is that idiots are so sure of themselves, and those with a little wisdom have a few doubts. I don't know. I think history, well, again, you're talking about another lecture. Arthur Schlesinger, in his last speech at the Century Club, I'm now quoting from one of my lectures, they helped him to the podium, and Arthur must have used the word tragic about history 6 or 7 times. When I tell students about that, I also tell them about Niall Ferguson, who, when he describes a historic event now, and he has a last chapter entitled What If? That's a question we need to ask. We need to learn from history. Again, that's cultural diplomacy, I suppose. Margaret Millet, I heard one other book. Margaret's at Oxford, Canadian. She wrote Paris, 1919. Her newest book is entitled Dangerous Games, The Misuses of History. And I think that, I wish I could be terribly optimistic. I'm hopeful. We'll try, but no, I can't. I'm not pessimistic. I'm not cynical. I'm hopeful, but it depends on us.
So, well, it does. It depends on us. It depends on like-minded people in this room or people elsewhere. But it is also going to depend on having those conversations to convince others that perhaps this is the direction in which we need to go. So why, with so many people feeling the way everyone in this room does, why not be optimistic that forces can be marshaled to move forward?
Well, if we work at it and if they are marshaled, we will move forward in some of these directions. Yes. We have to work at it. We have to unite in that. But I think just to unite for the sake of lobbying is a mistake in the present economic situation. To unite in the sake of rethinking what we do and how we can cooperate and work together and how our voice together might affect the members of our government, yes. But to only come together, as so often I'm afraid we do, to cry out for more public money. I wish I could tell you that our economy is we've got a decade now of really minimal growth if we can keep things stable. And I'm not, again, some of you will think that's terribly pessimistic, but I'm quite convinced that's very realistic about the size of the deficit and the issues that we are confronting.
Well, let's hear from some other voices then. It's time for us to move for some questions. Let's go right there on the end. And please remember to use the microphones.
Thank you, Joseph Duffy. With regard to what we might do, it seems to me that one of the critical challenges is to situate the United States government and the diverse sectors of our arts and cultural communities within the larger global discourse about cultural policy and cultural diplomacy. That forum, whether we like it or not, is UNESCO. I travel all over the world all the time. Not only do I meet people in statecraft who are talking about this, but you meet many average citizens who know very little about their own government who field UNESCO in their lives on such topics as intercultural dialogue or the cultural bridge that Jim Leach was talking about. We seem to be very tentative still in engaging this larger forum, and we've not signed on to the Cultural Diversity Treaty. We have not signed on to the Intangible Cultural Heritage. Yes, I do. I'd like to know your thoughts about that kind of centralizing force of our government engaging a more diverse citizenry in this global forum to get this issue off small group, circular group. We all know one another for the most part. This is not America.
Well, UNESCO, I've led a couple of delegations to UNESCO. I have enormous respect for it. It has its own problems. But between UNESCO and OECD, those are two organizations that I think we deserve more understanding and support. I belong to a group that's working with some of the people, by the way, who are working most intensively in this area are the military, because they're on the ground and they face this, OPCOM and others. In a small group I work with, including some people from the Hill the other day, we had a discussion with an Undersecretary of Defense. Chatham House rules, I will not identify anything, but one of the things said to them is that as they had discussions with the State Department at the lower level, there was this distinction. This person said, because our people are on the ground and we're working on this issue, we seem to be much more concerned with listener-centered communication, and they are much more concerned with speaker-centered communication. I think we need to push harder to get more involvement in UNESCO. Yes, I would agree. It would help, but we've always been, and that will change. I really think we're.
We have another question down here, and if you could wait for the microphone, sir.
Having been around the Congress so long, I don't need a microphone. But hello, Joe.
How are you? Good to see you.
The question I have really is what. Well, as you know, that I both worked for Fulbright and I ran the Fulbright programs for a number of years. And I remember, and I was in the first Fulbright class to Germany after the war. But my question, or get your observation of this, Fulbright, I think one of the most important things he ever said about his program was really that what he wanted for those who went was an intense personal experience, and that was really essential. That is, to do some paraphrase from Pogo, Fulbright really we have met the others and they is us. But what worries me right now, and it worried me when I had the job in the State Department, was a number of things. One is in that so many of young Americans right now really take what they know about country X or country Y or the culture of someplace else, sort of in front of the screen, and Facebook, and all of that. And my question is really going to be whether these kind of modern forms of dialogue through the air, through the electronic air, is in some ways a bit of a barrier to true understanding, which was Fulbright's intention. And the other part of this, I've been anxious.
Put the microphone up, sir.
Oh yeah, I've been anxious about the fact when I was in the State Department running this job, that that you would look at statistics sometimes of where young Americans applied for a Fulbright, and 2 years in a row, 80% of those who applied for a Fulbright applied for an English-speaking country. You couldn't get people to go to Afghanistan. You couldn't get them to go any other place. So my question to you really is whether, how we can manage to have these intense personal experiences around the world in the world of cultural diplomacy and the like.
Well, they're better than the alternative, and they're having quite an effect. There are more young people in the United States, particularly under the age of 15, studying Chinese than there have been. The number's growing rapidly, and I think that's also true for Arabic. And I met not recently with the Yellow River Television. That's the BBC of China. You can get them. They're working across the United States by satellite. They're bringing young people together in that media. And it's also happening a little bit in the Middle East. Some of us are working trying to get more of it. But my experience of interviewing and talking to young people after that is they say, gee, they're just like me. They're just like us. So I think that media is certainly not negative. I'm hopeful that it's there. And I believe Bill Bradley was very smart in the days in the 90s when he suggested high school exchanges, living with families. And I'd like to see more of that with Fulbright and the others. But again, that media is not perfect, but it is helping. It's making a difference, I think. And it's maybe hard for some of us to sort of keep up with it in that new generation.
Okay, we have time for one more question. I'm going to go way in the back on this side. Keep going all the way up to the back.
Hello, I'm Shala Sadiqi from Voice of America Persian News Network. Do you hear me? Am I clear? Yes. I would like to know, with your experience in the field of academic and university-related experiences, 2 years ago, the American University Association sent a delegation of the professors and the heads of the universities to Iran for a academic and scientific exchange, sort of cultural diplomacy. And Professor Moite was one of them. He was arrested and he was interrogated. and they decided it's too dangerous. Now, I would like to have your opinion whether there is any possibility within the complex and non-harmonious structure of the present government in Iran to have any kind of cultural diplomacy with that regime.
This question is about Iran.
Iran.
Well, I don't know how recently we've made some overtures. I got in great trouble at the end of my years at USIA when I proposed that we should set up I guess we now have at least a mission relationship. We're using another embassy and at least begin to establish a presence. I think there are opportunities to do that. I think Iran is a country which has, a number of different sort of cultural outlooks in the world, and the younger generation is trying to decide which way. But I'm not an expert on that. I try to work on Islam in the West, but understanding Iran is a particular case. But I would be unwilling to say there aren't opportunities. Maybe they're being blocked by the Iranian government at the moment. And so one other quick word about history. Much history is shaped by national humiliation. And we were humiliated in Vietnam. And it takes a while to get over that. I think that may have something to do with the first humiliation in Iraq, with our wanting to go back to Iraq. And I'm working a little bit now with some people in Vietnam, and they weren't humiliated by that experience. I believe the current economic crisis, I don't want to over-exaggerate this, has the potential of humiliating the United States, and we need to be aware that we can work our way out of it, we can come to terms with it, and not let that be a kind of forceful response. I believe that stimulus, this word that I say to young people often we're now hearing used, is not a new thing in history. We used to call it war. We can't afford war now. We're not in that kind of a situation. And we've got to be, as a nation, prepared to help our students and our citizens, the world, understand that we understand that we are gripping with an enormous challenge right now. Poverty, getting our economy on track. And there's nothing to be ashamed of about that, but it is our current challenge.
And that is going to have to be the last word.
Thank
We're
you.
out of time. Joe Duffy, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Remaining hopeful, if not optimistic, in these circumstances would certainly describe the necessary attitude of anyone leading a cultural institution in this day and age. It's my pleasure now to introduce Congressman James Moran, who is now serving his 10th term in the U.S. House of Representatives from Northern Virginia. He is a senior member of the Appropriations Committee and chairs the Subcommittee on the Interior and Environment, as well as serving on the Defense and State and Foreign Operations Subcommittee. And moderating this session is Dana Gioia, my partner in this program today, who, as you know, is the Harman Eisner Director in the Arts at the Aspen Institute, a poet, a literary critic, and former chair of the NEA. Please join me in welcoming them.
It's my pleasure today to be able to have a public conversation with Congressman Jim Moran, who's in his 10th term from the 8th District of Virginia.
I wish you wouldn't keep emphasizing the 10th term, Dan. In this political environment, it's a real liability.
He's on the edge of his...
You should say he's just entering the
11th term, in the 8th District of Virginia. And, Dorothy, mentioned, some of his current positions in the House of Representatives. But let me simply say that during my, 6+ years as the chairman of the NEA, Jim was one of our strongest supporters for both the NEA and the NEH and the other cultural agencies, in the House, and he made a big difference in terms of the success of the agency. So, welcome, Congressman Moran. So it's so nice of you to take some time out to be here. There's a lot we can talk about, but I thought, I would begin with a big question, in terms of this, which is, what role do you see cultural diplomacy, especially arts and culture, playing in U.S. foreign policy? Is this something that is a kind of hobby horse of the literati and the culturati, or is it something that you think has a strong, practical application in the world today?
I'm just looking around the audience. Everybody looks like a diplomat, and that makes me nervous. But I think it's our only hope. That is what we can export to the world in ways that are transformative. Our military has been our principal instrument in dealing with other countries, whether we provide protection to other countries or we threaten them, and it's not working. It's not bringing about a safer world. People all over the world still want to come to America, but it's not because we have such a powerful military. To some extent, it's because we've had such a strong economy. But to a large extent, it's because people can be themselves. And they know that in America, we deliberately have fostered creativity, individualism. And when they think of us, I think and I hope they think of our culture. Some of the movies are probably not going to stand the test of time, and we're not necessarily proud of them. But when you take all of America's culture, it is something to be proud of, and I think it's defining. And so when we talk about the export of culture, that clearly is our best hope. It may even be the best hope for mankind, in the same way that I will always believe that we prevailed in World War I and World War II because of the thoughts, the intellectual repository that had been built up in Western civilization. I think it's up to America now, to lead the rest of the world into the 21st century, and we have to do so by being true to our principles, underscoring individual rights, the basic freedoms in our Bill of Rights. As long as that is defining of who we are, I think not only can we become more secure, which is the purpose largely of diplomacy, but I think we will inspire the rest of the world to go in a positive direction instead of the negative direction that some elements of extremism are trying to drag us.
One of the challenges is that traditional diplomacy, and it comes out of the word international, between nations, is nation to nation. And yet so many of the problems that we're facing politically, militarily, culturally, are about entities which are not nation states, which do not have the conventional apparatus of a state. Does cultural diplomacy offer any advantages in terms of a world full of those sorts of challenges?
Clearly it does. And I think it's important for us to recognize that most of the national boundaries were decided upon by colonial powers. And many of them are not natural national boundaries. They were done so for strategic purposes. Iraq was put together by the British for their own purposes. There is a Kurdistan. It's broken up by Turkey and Iraq for their own purposes, and Iran for that matter. Afghanistan, similarly, it's a group of tribes. If we had allowed democracy to take its course, you'd have a Pashtunistan, and we wouldn't have the insurrection we have today, I believe. But then, you have to deal with the Punjabs in Pakistan and so on. But I could go around the globe and identify these boundaries, and that's a large part of the conflict in the world today. But culture transcends those boundaries, as long as we're smart about it. The Library of Congress, I think, frankly, is doing the best work because it translates works of literature, makes them available in the language and, to some extent, the cultural context that's understandable by other nations. Iran was just mentioned. The third largest source of hits, if you will, on the Library of Congress website. The first, obviously, is English, second is Spanish. The third is coming from Iran. I mean, it's fascinating. It's the works of Western literature that have been translated. 43% of Iran's population is on the internet. Now, I know we're almost transfixed with what we do with Iran, to the extent that we act in a conflictual way. It may be counterproductive, but what is having the most profound impact is that we are reaching young people in the Muslim world, for example, not just the Arab world, the Muslim world. 2/3 to 3/4 of their populations are under the age of 30. And they are desperate for information. And the more repressive the country, the more determined they are to get information that strikes them as both truthful and non-governmental. And I think we can, as I say, transcend borders. We can enhance our security, and we can do it in a way that is not predetermined by us, but is something is initiated by the population we are most trying to influence.
Building on that, on that line of thought, we all know that the Department of State is the federal government's primary instrument of diplomacy, and some would claim it's the sole, legitimate instrument of diplomacy. But there are a series of other federal agencies or federal institutions, the Library of Congress being one of them, the NEA, the NEH, IMLS, or even quasi-governmental institutes like the Kennedy Center, which seem to have a legitimate and powerful potential in terms of international diplomacy at a time when the State Department, while it wants to do cultural or artistic activities, inevitably finds that those things are secondary to their other goals. I mean, would you like to see other federal agencies play a more aggressive role in terms of this exchange?
Well, absolutely. But we have to bear in mind that the extent to which our emissaries, our government, their credibility is compromised. It has to be coming from independent sources, or at least sources that are perceived as independent. I think our Library of Congress is perceived as independent. I don't mean to be argumentative, and I love Joe Duffy, and I have enormous respect for Madeleine Albright, but USIA lost much of its independence. I think that was a major problem. I think the Voice of America is compromised because it is the voice of the U.S. government. And I think as we move through the history of the 21st century, we will find that if it is sponsored by a government, it immediately loses some of its credibility. It has to really come from people who don't have an ultimate objective, a strategic objective. It has to come from people whose objective is kind of altruistic. It's just a desire to share their love of arts and truth and beauty and justice, if you will. I mean, the fundamental, objectives of mankind, to search for truth, beauty, and justice. That's what is reflected in our art, ultimately. And it needs to come from those institutions. I think, the Kennedy Center and any number of our institutions still have credibility. The problem is, and we have wonderful people in the Department of State, but what they do to some extent is tainted by the perception that they have an ultimate objective, which is to manipulate people for strategic reasons. And of course, it's even much more the case with our military. As wonderful as our people in uniform are, and they're doing everything they can possibly do to build a nation in Afghanistan, what they are doing is seen not as something for the benefit of Afghanistan, the people of Afghanistan, but for the people of the United States. And as long as that's the case, they may be swimming against a current that they can't overcome.
There have been attempts, both by the United States and other countries, to create these quasi-independent cultural entities. And the British Council is an exemplary organization that has been, there, as it were, to represent, a sort of point of view, at least one step removed from the British government. And at its best, the USIA, which had this international branch of operations and represented this huge, cross-section of American culture and ideas, stood for that. Do you think it was a mistake, in retrospect, for the USIA to be shut down in 1999?
I think it was a horrible mistake. And it applies to USAID as well. And again, the caveat that of my fondness for Joe and respect and, for Secretary Albright, but I will always believe that it was done to appease Jesse Helms, and it was done for strategic purposes. And I think it was a very unfortunate mistake. And I tell the people at State and AID, to the extent they have any interest in listening, I think one of the best things we could do is to split AID out from State Department and create a new mechanism comparable to what USIA did. But at this point, I don't think we can just replicate it. I think it has to be more of a private initiative, kind of a public-private partnership. We might provide resources, but I think the cultural community in the United States needs to define who we are as a nation, and export that in ways that are not, trying to impose seen as imposing our thinking on other nations, but simply make it available. If we make it available, and I talked about that young population, they will seize it. They will find almost any way to seize. And of course, we were talking about Iran. I have a bill in that Howard Berman adopted into the Iranian Sanctions Act. We have the technology now so that we can override the attempts at censorship and surveillance even by governments, particularly the Iranian government, which is horribly repressive. But we can help make that information available. And we should make it available over all the world, but particularly where we have elements of extremism, where we are fighting, figuratively, but also literally, for hearts and minds. And this is our most effective, most potent weapon against the forces of regression and oppression. And we can do that by making it available, because human nature is pretty much the same. I'd like to take all of Shakespeare's plays. The reason that Shakespeare, at least I think, continues to be so popular. I mean, hundreds of years gone by, and it's still relevant, because it's not just the way he wrote, as important as it is, but it mirrors the mankind, what human nature is all about, the struggles that all of us continue to go through. I mean, you can update Romeo and Juliet to the West Side Story, and you just see so many movies that basically West Side Story all over again, change the names and so on, the location. But these are things that are fundamental to the human condition. So help them. For example, offer contests. Let them come back with plays, with paintings, with literature that we find to be most valuable. We certainly have that judgmental capability, and reward them, but all over the world, and then make that information available over the internet. And people will seize on it. And just one word on this war on terrorism. You can't win it the way we're going about it, because there is an infinite pool of potential terrorists, of young men, some women, but mostly young men, who are searching for their sense of justice. And they see this big, powerful nation. They misinterpret what we are about for understandable reasons, I suppose. And they conduct themselves in what we see as insane and amoral. But they're not insane nor amoral if you find what the source of motivation is. The way we counter that is with the arts, the humanities. The date all the way back to Shakespeare, it really goes back to the Greek civilization. Make that available. I'm getting on my soapbox now. One of the most frustrating things I felt about the last administration, we had 772 of these young people in Guantanamo. And for 5 years, it's changed now and started changing in the last years of the Bush administration under Secretary Gates, but 772 of these young kids whose minds had been warped by madrasas and so on. Why we did not make the works of literature, all of which have been translated into their language, whether it be Pashto or Farsi, all of it's been translated. Instead of only giving them one book, which was the Quran, and they had already been told how to interpret it, which I think is a perverse interpretation, frankly, but that's all we gave them. We had these minds, captive minds, people with enormous energy, but wholly misguided. All we had to do was make that literature available to them. But we didn't, because we wanted to punish them. And we punished them by depriving them of the very things that they ought to have been given access to, in my view. I went off too long, but it's...
But ideally, you would love to see this done by a variety of organizations from the private sector with some potential federal subvention.
I think we should give the resources, but we have, as many of you probably now know, we have more people in the Army band than we do diplomats. Maybe we could take half of what we spend on the Army, but not that they don't provide wonderful music. It's beautiful. But, I think we may have the resources to do something like that, but provide the financial resources, which is an incentive. But I don't think it should necessarily be directed by the government, because then its motives are suspect.
Yeah, well, with no disrespect to the State Department, I do think that
of course not.
The primary cultural brains in the U.S. are in the private sector. They're in museums, symphonies, theaters, literary organizations, and things like that. And if we could find some way of taking the tremendous creative talent and cultural expertise that exists, people that have dedicated their lives to these things, and giving them an opportunity to reach international audiences with government support, it could be extraordinarily powerful. Have you seen a program that you think that really works, or one that just simply doesn't work? In this regard, is there something that struck you as I know the Library of Congress was one that you mentioned, that represents a kind of gold standard of this ability to span nations, using culture free of any sort of direct political sort of objective as a goal?
Well, actually, I think we need to do a test run of all of this, and we need to do it in the United States, domestically. And it's being done by the NEA and the NEH, reaching out to sort of the heartland of the country, because we have a similar problem. We see all this anti-government, this vehemence, this just, anything that's associated with the government is immediately lacking in credibility, and is seen by too many as the enemy, not on the coast, the metropolitan areas, but in the heartland of the country, easily manipulated. I won't go into all the sorts of manipulation, so on. But the NEA and the NEH are getting out there. And to the extent even that they do take on controversial projects, they distinguish themselves. It's sort of the sister soldier. Alan Wurtzel will understand what I mean with it. It's the sister soldier approach. You distinguish yourself. Well, I'm not, I'm thinking out of the box here.
You're calling for sort of a campaign of domestic cultural diplomacy.
Domestic cultural diplomacy, but showing our independence, underscoring our independence, even if it's not politically correct, but getting it out there and encouraging local arts groups to develop their abilities themselves. And I think we've been successful, and we've brought exhibits throughout the country. And as that approach is successful, I think we then export. But I think NEA and NEH can do that, and you've got a lot of private sponsors. I mean, I could mention a number of the cultural diplomacy exchanges, the student exchanges. There's an open world that Jim Billington has been very supportive at the Library of Congress. These things are working. I mean, there's one project that just, I shouldn't go off like this, but in a place called Shirlington in Arlington, there were 3 young women who were kind of refugees from Russia and had been, I wouldn't say oppressed, but certainly suppressed. And they come to Shirlington and they developed this classical theater, and they used some of the great Russian playwrights. And we did a little earmark, and so it had to be relevant, to the public school system, whatever. They found these kids who were most endangered in the school system. They were almost all Hispanic, all had major language barriers, weren't participating in school, had trouble with English because it was their second language. And they got them to act out these Russian plays. Now think about this. These Hispanic kids that can barely speak English are acting out Russian plays. And they were from some of the great...
Well, Tio Vanya is a big favorite of mine.
Well, you know what? You know what? They now show the results. We couldn't keep it going because it had to be a discrete project. They show the results. These kids, all of a sudden, it was like they were on a rocket. They zoomed to the top of the class. Once they acquired self-confidence to speak in public, and knowing that they had memorized these lines, all of a sudden they were wholly different people. Somehow we tapped what was the potential inside them. No involvement with gangs anymore. They rose to the top of the class. Every single one of them is in college. And I'll bet every single one of them would never have even gotten to community college. But it provided that opportunity. And if we can do it, here, we can do it all over the world. And it sure makes us a more secure world. But even more than our self-interest, it's the right thing to do. And I don't think any other nation is going to do it, or perhaps is even capable of doing it.
Well, let me ask, 2 sort of contradictory questions. The first one is, if you could create any program, internationally or domestically, in the area of arts and culture, and you didn't have to worry about the budget, it was simply paid for, what sort of thing would you like to see done?
I would, I'd probably go through either the Library of Congress or the NEA or the NEH. And I would translate every great work of literature, of opera, of theater, and of song, if you will, plays. I said theater. I'd translate them in every language of the world, and I would use technology and make it available. And all you have to, as I say, I know, all you have to do is make it available. They will find it, and they will sit back and appreciate it. And of course, I wish we could do it in this country as well, because frankly, the source of our cultural appreciation is not all that much to brag about. But if you look at TV shows and the reality junk and all that kind of stuff, but making it available in language and even within a cultural context that they can understand is such an effective instrument of diplomacy. I don't think it's all that much money we're talking about.
Well, speaking of money, let me ask you the other side of the question. There's a tremendous number of needs of things that have not yet been initiated. We know that we're entering a period of budget austerity. Do you think that there's much likelihood, of finding the funding to be able to support cultural diplomacy or projects like this?
Well, I'm a senior member of the Defense Appropriations Committee, so I have to tread a little carefully, and it's a major employer in my district, and my defense contractors are all, most of them are good friends. Having said all that, we have now realized, and our toughest military generals have come to the same conclusion. The Afghan war, for example, is unwinnable. In the same way we didn't win any Iraq war. I mean, we stabilized. Iran won the Iraq war, but in terms of Afghanistan, we can't win. So what we're doing over there is asking our soldiers in uniform to build a nation, and we're going to give them, a few years to overcome about 350 years of a pretty regressive level of civilization. So we're doing it. But just as they realized that that's more effective than bringing in more weapons, I think that, there may be a little bit of the $750 billion we put into the defense budget that could be used for this purpose. I don't want to play to the audience, but, that we were not funding research adequately, health research. So a group of strong-willed women wanted more money for breast cancer, and they realized we're not going to get it out of the HHS budget. We're not going to get it. So where's the money? Well, like the guy that robbed the banks. Anyways, he says, I go to banks because that's where the money is. Well, so they go to the Defense Committee because that's where the money is. Now, then they had to figure out how are we going to get the attention, and these were women of a certain age who were married to men of a certain age, so they realized, well, there's one thing that men of a certain age have to do. So during the conference, they waited for about an hour and a half, and then they all gathered outside the men's room. And they would not let the chair and ranking member get to the restroom until they had dealt with the women standing in front of the door, blockading the door. So this is a true story, honestly. And it cost the men to be able to get into the men's room $50 million in breast cancer research. And it's true, and now it's up to a few hundred million, frankly, because they have much more latitude. But I only say that, it's kind of a funny anecdotal example, as true as it is, but, we can be doing this. Diplomacy should be part of the face we present to the world. And I think, if there was a proposal to do that, it's conceivable we might get a lot of support from some of the most thoughtful people in the Pentagon, even Secretary Gates. They realize this stuff isn't working with all the tanks. We have more powerful military than every other military combined, but what good is it doing if we've got this almost infinite supply of potential terrorists who can use means that are so difficult to protect us from? They're non-state actors. How do we get to them? Well, I think we have a suspicion what may be the most effective way. It's cultural diplomacy, and the administration might even give some thought to maybe a little, reprogramming within the defense budget. As difficult as that sometimes is, I think it has compelling logic.
Well, I think we have some time for some questions. You'll need the microphone to ask the question.
And Irene Wurtzel will ask a question.
So whatever side wants to begin, why don't we begin right over there?
Okay. Hello, thank you, Congressman Moran. And I actually come from an institution that actually fulfills a lot of the qualities that you're talking about from the Smithsonian Institution, which is, in fact, a quasi-governmental institution that was founded by James Smithson, an Englishman who never visited the U.S. but was inspired by our traditions of democracy and independent thinking and so on. And we have been able to work in many, many different places. In 2002, right after 9/11, we had a program called the Silk Road, which brought together many, many tradition bearers from countries that were, from Afghanistan, from Iraq, from all these places.
Afghanistan was a hub of the Silk Road.
That's right. That's right.
But to your question.
Yeah.
Yes, my question. My question is whether funding for cultural diplomacy should not begin also with funding for education, thinking of education even from the elementary level as being the first level of cultural diplomacy, and particularly since we have so many people from many diasporas in this country, especially in your district. Thank you.
Sure, but you don't bite off more than you know you will ever be able to chew. And so we don't want to imply we're going to try to educate the world. What we're going to do is to make information available, information that has cross-cutting cultural application. We're not going to fund educational programs as such. But when I talked about making this information available, if we could go one step further, I think it would be even more effective, and that is to get it to young people. By the age of 8 or 9, the brain starts to go through a pruning process. Everything that you have not been exposed to, whether foreign languages, music, conceptualization, mathematics, even certain letters of the alphabet, you lose that capacity. The brain prunes itself and focuses on what you've been taught. That's why madrasas are such a threat. That's all they're learning. We need to get it young populations. Interpret it in ways like Sesame Street does. I think Sesame Street has had a wonderful edifying effect upon young people. So we know how to do it. And I would try to do that for young people. And sometimes what young people are learning is not as threatening to the adult population, even if they're governmental people. But that's the most, insidious way that you can influence people. You get them at a young age when their brain is like a sponge. And things like, and the only reason I mention that, you've got stuff in the Smithsonian that just, kids walk in, and I shouldn't use the word kids. Young people walk in, and their eyes open. I mean, it's like they're, it's this awesome, the Hall of Human Origins. Make that first of all, it shows that we're all one species and we're all connected like 99.5%. We have a commonality. It's almost as though we are one living cell on a planet, a very small planet in this universe. So it shows us that we really ought to stick together on this, but it also shows our commonality with other living things, and we ought to make that information available in every school system, and it would do so much to undermine traditional religions, which would be a good thing.
Hi,
Is that controversial to say?
Congressman Moran, I've really enjoyed hearing you speak. I think I wish you were my congressman. Anyway, I flew in.
Well, you can always move,
Too cold. So I flew in from Hollywood last night, and I have to say that film, television, and new media, speaking of the internet, are the most popular cultural products for the younger generation that we have. But everybody today has been saying that film and television is so crappy that nobody wants to associate themselves with it. And in the meantime, all of us independent filmmakers and people that aren't part of these major mass media commercial systems are begging for support. We're dying to do product that matters. Is this something, can we develop something to help both of our industries, yours being the need for cultural diplomacy, ours being the need for making art that matters, whereas there's no room for that in the commercial Hollywood
I love that
world.
expression. Well, I wasn't about to nominate Rupert Murdoch to chair this public-private partnership to spread our culture around the world. We are producing good artistic content. It's not necessarily a commercial success, but the indie films that we're making are fabulous. And I think there's a market for it. I don't think that we can hope to be a tremendous commercial success. People want to be entertained. This reality stuff, it's a chore to watch that junk. And I hope it's not reflective of anything other. I mean, it's the lowest common denominator of our culture. But so we're not talking about that. But the leaders are not going to spend their time on that. This junk that is on our channels and to some extent on TV, on movies, it's a product of a very deficient educational system. We clearly have to do a better job, educating people to understand how short life is and how much wonderful information there is that we can put into our minds if we open them. But I do think there's enough people around the world, people who will change attitudes, culture, the kinds of people, in a group setting, even if it's teenage peers, will stand up and say something that will get the attention of others. We need to reach the leaders of tomorrow, and we have the capacity to do that. But I agree, the fare that's on TV now is just, as you say, it's so perfectly, it's crap.
Yeah, we have time for one more question.
Ms. Roosevelt, you didn't want to say anything?
In this vast amount of money that's being
can you hear her?
Yeah, this is Irene Wurtzel.
Okay, in this vast amount of money that's being devoted to Pakistan and Afghanistan, is there room for some of this money to go into books, libraries?
Well, first of all, 85% of the population is illiterate. So the folks who are going to read the books don't yet have the capacity to do so. The answer should be yes, obviously. But we're going to have to find a way to translate what the kinds of things that are educational but also enjoyable in a way that is consistent, it conforms with the culture. As you know, the Greek civilization was successful because of its ideas, and the Roman civilization, the reason why Rome was so powerful wasn't so much because they were able to conquer, but they absorbed all the other cultures. Same thing with the Ottoman empires. They absorbed other cultures. We need to be more respectful of other cultures, even though we think, we say disparaging this. Gee, these ideas go back to the 17th century. We nevertheless need to respect that and figure out a way to bridge that cultural divide and reach the young people. The money, gosh sakes, the money is available. I mean, it's a $12 billion economy, and we're dumping $100 billion a year, and that's one of the reasons it is so corrupt, because it's big-time corruption now because of our input. Of course there's money, but we need to put our minds together on how we reach them. To some extent, we're going to have to jump over the intellectual elite in Afghanistan, also in Pakistan and in other countries where Africa the same way. Well, you could almost go around the world except for Europe and Scandinavia. We have to get over them because they want to control things, and having a cheap, manipulable society is not necessarily contrary to their interest. We have to get into the school systems, and I don't know, the best thinking that I've seen on that is Greg Mortensen, who's, 3 cups of tea. That's what works, and he was not a threat. His motives were perceived, and I think rightfully so, as genuine, and it worked. And that's what we need to figure out a way to do. I don't think really the resources are a problem. I mean, there's enormous resources being thrown into that conflict, but too many of them are counterproductive.
I think John Brademas has a quick
question. Oh, John Brademas. Whoa, one of my heroes.
You're very kind. I
represented South Bend. Did such a great job in Notre Dame. Oh, we know. You were one of our iconic heroes. Still are.
Very kind.
Yeah.
I really don't have a question. I simply wanted to take this opportunity to express what I sense is likely to be the attitude of most of the people in this audience, to thank the Congressman for a brilliant series of responses to the questions and say how immensely I enjoyed being here.
Nice.
I yield back the balance.
Thank you. Jim Moran, thank you so much. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and we'll meet you back in the room for Madeleine Albright.
Hey. How are you? Nice to see you.
Okay.
Again, I wish there were more independent.
Charles, thank you very much.
There you go.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
I forgot those were under there.
I think I need.
You can set an extra cup of water up on there if you want. My name's.
Washington time?
No, I'm just pouring water up here for
Secretary Albright.
And no, put that looks so dirty.
In here?
Yeah, just nobody's touched it.
Yeah. Coming in here soon?
They're in the green room.
Okay.
Find Dana and tell him I told Rob that he'd get them from the green room. Would you mind?
Deservedly so, I overheard you.
Yes.
Deservedly so. This is what I've always saying, that British Council is something that we can model a lot on.
Yes, absolutely.
I think that what we have, it's that the two things that we have are that independence, and therefore over generations we've built trust, but also we have this tight strategic framework. So we go in saying this is what we're trying to do. As opposed to if you're just kind of doing randomly wonderful things, if they're not joined up, it doesn't work. But anyway.
You're the British Council
I'm,
here?
yes, I'll give you my card. Very nice to meet you, Sharon Memmis. Let me give you my card, please. Yeah, I head the British Council here. So,
I worked with your predecessors here years back, not recently.
Oh, okay. Right. Great. Brilliant. But yeah.
And not just here, actually. And in other locations as well.
Right. Oh, okay. Okay. Brilliant. Oh, it's very nice to meet you anyway. Thank you.
I knew you were going to leave, and you were just with I'm going to talk to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Secretary Albright has arrived and is on a tight schedule, so I need to ask you please to return to your seats. Thank you so much. I'm sure for me and I'm very pleased to hear from so many of my museum colleagues who have joined me today, but the idea of get into the school systems, I can't help but say something about the incredibly important work that American museums have undertaken in our school systems. Now, it's my enormous honor to introduce Dr. Madeleine Albright, our keynote speaker, along with the moderator, Cynthia Schneider. This is one of those introductions that goes without saying, but I will give you the briefest possible welcome so much. Dr. Albright is principal of Albright Group and Albright Capital Management, but of course, she served as the 64th U.S. Secretary of State and the first female Secretary of State. She also served as the U.S. Permanent Representative to the UN. And Cynthia Schneider is a fellow at the Brookings Institute and a director at the Sabin Center for Middle East Policy, and is a distinguished professor at Georgetown University. Please, thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here, and of course, a tremendous privilege to be here with Secretary Albright, who was my boss when I was an ambassador. So it's a great pleasure and privilege for me.
But we were, and our colleagues at Georgetown.
Thank you. Yes, we are. And you all may not realize this, but we are lucky to have on the stage a real friend and supporter of cultural diplomacy. It was Secretary Albright who helped to spearhead, together with Secretary Clinton now when she was First Lady, the first White House conference on cultural diplomacy, which was held in November 2000. And Secretary Albright also, as we've heard something about this today, oversaw the integration of USIA into the State Department as a way to strengthen cultural diplomacy and make it a more integral part of diplomacy. I'm going to ask you about that in a moment, and maybe that will provoke some questions, and we can have an interesting discussion about that. But I think first let's begin at the beginning. I'm wondering about your personal experience of cultural diplomacy, and I'm thinking, or your sense of it as it operated during the Cold War period behind the Iron Curtain, and I'm thinking particularly here of the power of jazz music.
Well, first of all, thank you, and I'm delighted to be here and delighted to do anything under the auspices of Aspen, and Cynthia, it's great to be with you. Let me just say, I saw Wendy Lors as I was coming down, and Wendy, her husband, was the ambassador, the American ambassador in Czechoslovakia during the Cold War, and the power of jazz was quite stunning. And the story about it is that real musicians got together in order to create a jazz section because they liked American music. And during the Cold War, they, in fact, got together to play jazz. But then what happened was that they developed into a political force. And they were really the public expression of people wanting to exercise their freedom through music. And they knew that they were playing American music. And that in itself was a big signal. They had a wall there in Prague, and they put on it Marx and Lenin. Spelled properly, but then also Groucho Marx and John Lennon. So they really did have a sense of what they were doing with America. I do have to tell this story because it is so much a sign of how they treasured America. I had gone to the United States, from the United States, under actually the auspices of USIA, to Czechoslovakia. And I met there with a lot of various communist leaders and did my job in terms of explaining what politics were like in the United States. But on the side, I did different things and tried to meet different people. And so this was my only kind of cloak and dagger activity that I did. I was told to meet the head of the jazz section because he wanted to take me to their offices. And so I was literally told to meet a man in a trench coat in front of a gate, and that he would take me there. So I meet the man in the trench coat, and we're going on the Prague metro, and I've never seen this man in my life. And he says, you have to get really close to me and hug me so that we look like we're lovers. Otherwise, people are going to wonder why I'm taking you on the subway to this place. I thought, okay. So I got to know him pretty quickly, and but we went all in the service of but we did, in fact, go to the offices of the jazz section where their most valued information were copies of Rolling Stone. So there really was very much that sense. And then obviously people know that President Havel loved all kinds of rock and roll, and that a lot of the revolution in the Velvet Revolution had to do with the plastic people of the universe and a variety of music. And then one of the amazing celebrations, I was in Prague during the elections in 1990, and in the Old Town Square in Prague, they were playing American music. And so there was this sense that American music is the most visible aspect of our cultural diplomacy. And tonight I'm going to the Thelonious Monk Festival, and I was the first Secretary of State to have the Thelonious Monk competitors, etc., at the State Department. And in front of all our real ambassadors, I said, the best ambassadors we have are the jazz musicians.
Well, that is, it brings up a theme that has run through today's conversations, which is this is something that is so appreciated outside the United States, and I've gone to the New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Festival for the last 25 years. Of course, there are plenty of people who appreciate this in the United States, but not as much as outside, I think. And people in the United States don't actually even realize the potency of this music. We can kind of take it for granted. And I remember at the White House conference, then First Lady Hillary Clinton commented that when they had a state dinner for Václav Havel, where I remember I wasn't there, but I always quote this, he very movingly said that jazz kept hopes of freedom alive for him in Czechoslovakia. They invited...
He requested that Lou Reed be the person that was the guest musician at that dinner.
And the First Lady said they sort of got grief for that. You know, people said, is this the right thing to do? Is this the right measure of respect? And, you know, is this really appropriate in the White House? Which I think says a number of interesting things. One, people don't get it, what import our music had. And then, secondly, just a lack of, this lack of awareness and appreciation of our own culture, which is so much appreciated by the rest of the world. I often think that maybe today, so what is the jazz music of today? Because, there's always a certain kind of music that catches on around the world. And personally, I think maybe today it's hip-hop music, which also has a political connotation for people, and particularly in the Arab-speaking world. But let's come back to maybe the question now of USIA and the integration into the State Department. People are, there are different feelings about this. Some people feel that was sort of the end of cultural diplomacy. Other people feel that's the only way it can ever be truly integrated as a real component of diplomacy. Let us know what you wanted to accomplish with that, and how you see it going, and how, if it wasn't what you hoped it would be, how could it become that?
Well, first of all, I really believe in public diplomacy and cultural diplomacy. I had seen it enough in my private life, as well as when I was at the UN or whenever I was in the government, as playing a very important role as a way of delivering a message about America, but not as propaganda. Propaganda is a one-way message throwing. What you need is a dialogue, and that public diplomacy allows that kind of dialogue of listening to people as well as telling them things. I spent a lot of USIA was a very interesting agency set up during the Cold War. And I think that people have to remember that. It was an agency that was very much identified in many ways with the Cold War. So I just finished teaching this morning, and one of the discussions that we had, it was about President Obama's development policy and now putting the head of USAID onto the Principals Committee and elevating the aspect of that. And it led my students to ask about generally reorganization within the executive branch. And I said to them that everything that's ever been written about bureaucrats is true. That nobody ever wants to change anything. That there are interests on either side. Everybody has had their job and their buildings, and trying to change things is very difficult. First of all, I think people need to put themselves back in this particular era. There was a whole thing about government reorganization that Vice President Gore was running. There were pressures from Congress to absorb various agencies. One of them was the Arms Control and Disarmament Agency, and the other one was USIA. I was a big supporter of USIA, and I have to tell this story, too, because I was in the Carter administration, and during the Reagan administration, all of a sudden a list appeared in the papers saying there were certain people that would never be acceptable to be sent out as representing the United States from the USIA, and since my name began with A, there was the list. And they then said that absolutely, then USIA denied that the list existed, and they said the only reason that there was any list at all, it was basically that if somebody had suggested that Madeleine Albright go and talk about crop rotation in Nigeria, that I would be the wrong person for that. So in order to prove that there was not such a list, USIA started sending me out on this fantastic program called AMPARTS, American Experts, that went out to talk about American policy. And in many ways, I was the message. During a Republican administration, a Democrat went out and talked about politics and how executive-legislative relations. So I have great admiration for USIA. I really felt that it did a fabulous job in what it was doing, but it was identified with a particular era. So the idea came up actually before I became Secretary of State, that it made sense to bring public diplomacy into the department. And I actually thought it made a lot of sense because it is, the course I teach now is called the National Security Toolbox. We look at various tools of how American foreign policy is made, and public diplomacy is a large part of it. But it is not, I understand that Congressman Moran was saying that it's tainted. I don't believe that. I think that what it does is provide a way of delivering America's message and at the same time doing the two-way dialogue, and that USIA was identified with a different era. What I do wish was that it had worked better, that it took a while, because it was difficult to integrate and bring people from USIA into the department. And as I said, there is a way by bureaucracies to reject outside forces. That it took a while. Evelyn Lieberman was the first undersecretary. I think she got started out the process very well without being overly critical. I think some of the people that succeeded her had a different approach to it. There were certain things that I think did not work. I think Judith McHale now is putting the story together in a way of having much more of the dialogue and using all the elements of public diplomacy. But I actually do not, I think changing things, it's very difficult. Now, I will, since I don't represent anybody and I'm not a diplomat and nobody cares what I say, I am going to say I thought it was also a good idea to bring the Arms Control and Disarmament Agency into the process. And because non-proliferation and arms control was going to be a clear central part of American foreign policy. So we did that and named somebody called John Holam to it who believed in arms control. Then it was changed and somebody called John Bolton, who didn't believe in arms control, became head of it. So a lot of it depends on who the people are, not so much the location, but what in fact is the aim of the administration, how do they see the role of the people, what individual is in the job. And so I think that it's great. I happen to believe that public diplomacy should be a part of the State Department. I definitely believe cultural diplomacy should be, because it's the way that we present ourselves and the way that we learn to respect other countries. And that's, after all, what foreign policy and diplomacy are about.
Well, you have intimate experience, certainly, again, through Czechoslovakia, whose first president, after all of the free Czech Republic, was a playwright of the role of artists and creative people in kind of pushing the envelope of society. Maybe they shouldn't always run the countries, maybe they should, but they're the people who push the envelope of society and, as you say, show really what the country is and allow you to understand it at a more profound level. And you were just speaking to me about a recent trip to Mexico, which I think is one of several countries that is now, it's facing tremendous challenges, but all we ever read about Mexico in the American press is it's a place where people are being killed right and left. And it's easy to lose their incredible cultural tradition, which I think we'll hear about in the next session. But I'd love to hear about your recent trip there and what you saw in the embassy with our ambassador Carlos Pascual, who's not, an art historian by training exactly, but a fascinating example of how he's using art.
What's very interesting, I think everybody that has ever seen our embassies inside have the possibility of knowing how important the Art and Embassy program is. That is one of the really wonderful ways of showing the best of America. And I have to say that I was such a beneficiary of it when I was UN ambassador, because I just had, Liechtenstein and de Kooning. It was just really amazing. And it was, you have people over all the time and you can talk about the American artistic tradition and it's just perfect. And so Carlos has kind of even expanded it. First of all, we have a beautiful embassy residence there. And he has a collection of American artists and Mexican Americans, and then Mexicans. He has and it shows kind of the combination of how our what we've learned from each other, how much of American art has a Hispanic and Mexican influence specifically, and then it also shows respect for them, and it provides a great way of telling an American story. And so I think it's a very important part to show the texture, literally, of a relationship. And there are ways that, in fact, cultural diplomacy can be used, I believe, and this for me is a very important part. It's not only showing our own culture, but it also shows respect for the other country's culture, wherever you are. And it's a way of developing a bond and a friendship over a historical context that means a great deal. One of the things that happened was when I was UN ambassador was the time that NAFTA was going on, which obviously had nothing to do with the United Nations, but I felt that it was interesting to try to develop a trilateral relationship with the Canadians and the Mexicans. And so we began already then to talk about North American culture. And so when I became secretary, the Foreign Secretary of Canada and the Foreign Secretary of Mexico, we got together and we made it a whole point of visiting each other's cultural sites. So we had the visit in Mexico was to Oaxaca, and I went and I toured the ruins, and we talked about the whole relationship of what happened in Oaxaca and the role of indigenous and various aspects. Then when we went to Canada, we were in Vancouver at one of I love making fun of Lloyd Axworthy over this. He treated us to singing by throat singers, which nobody kind of got, but really fantastic Inuit art that we were looking at. And then I held ours in Santa Fe, and we went to Georgia O'Keeffe's, the museum, and then kind of were able to absorb. So this was showing respect for each other and learning about each other's cultures and trying to see what we all had in common.
And you suggested to me that those sounds to me like brilliant ideas were not always so well received by everyone in the State Department?
No, not the State. What happened is when you're Secretary of State, you travel with the press. You take press with you. And it's always very funny because anybody that's done this is you're on an airplane with the press and you go back and talk to them and you usually have a friendly relationship, and then you get off the plane, they start yelling at you in a press conference to say, well, just a minute, we just got here together. So what they would say when I went, for instance, I went to a Son et Lumière thing in Cairo. I had been to the pyramids any number of times as a private citizen, but I thought it was an interesting thing to do. And so the press then said that I was a tourist. And why was the Secretary of State taking time to go do touristy things? So we then had to really persuade them that when we went to any country, that going to see their cultural heritage was actually part of the mission of really understanding their culture and a sign of respect. I'm not sure we ever really achieved it, but that was the point, that if you go somewhere and you spend time. When President Clinton went to Turkey, we went to Ephesus. We went to, or we went to tour the Blue Mosque, but it is viewed as kind of extracurricular activity, and I think it should be part of what we do.
That's so interesting. I think that's such an important, really important thing. And, now in 2020 hindsight, in the post-9/11 era, the huge Gallup poll that John Esposito and Dalia Mogahed wrote about in that book, Who Speaks for Islam, one of their principal findings when they asked people in the larger Muslim majority regions around the world what they saw as being the key reason for the divide between the quote-unquote West and the Muslim majority regions around the world, they said the main reason for the divide was the lack of respect and understanding for Islam. Not invasions, but this very intangible thing that you, I think, addressed directly in those visits. And it doesn't have an automatic payback, and it's not clear what it does, but it's a profound thing. I noticed going through your wonderful book, Madam Secretary, that almost a third of the pictures in that book, photographs, if you involved popular culture in one way or another. You with important figures from popular culture. Sean Connery was one. Another that really caught my eye that I thought was wonderful was the performance you did at the ASEAN meeting of East meets West with your Russian counterpart singing the West Side Story. And I'm wondering if you have
to explain this.
Yeah, I think you have to explain it. And I'd love to know what you thought the impact was. So go ahead, explain it. Maybe a little rendition.
It's more complicated than you think. There are various things that you never think you might have to do in whatever job. But here I was, I'd just been made Secretary of State, and I was told that one of the events that I had to do was to go to an enlarged ASEAN meeting, and that one of the things that they did was have a final dinner there where every country had to put on a skit, and that America always did really badly. And the State Department sent me lyrics to Mary Had a Little Lamb, and I said, I am not doing this. And it was a year that the ASEAN had accepted Burma, and I didn't think that was right. And so I had a real thought as to whether I should go at all, frankly, but I decided that I would go and kind of deliver a message that the ASEANis had not done the right thing. So we were trying to figure out what to do, and on the plane going over, I thought that maybe I could sing to Don't Cry for Me Argentina, that I would do Don't Cry for Me ASEANis. And I got dressed as Madonna, and I got the rest of my delegation to do backup for this. And they were just kind of blown away that there actually was an American Secretary of State that would do this. So that year, Primakov was the Russian foreign minister, and he did some really not such good skit about the Black Sea Fleet. So we decided that on the margins of really important meetings, that the following year we would do a duet. And so we decided to the West Side Story to do our version of it called the East-West Story. And so we did that. I came out singing the most beautiful sound I ever heard was Yevgeny, Yevgeny. And he came out singing Madeleine, Albright, Madeleine, Albright. But I think that one of the parts about being secretary is that I think there are some very human parts, and a lot of it are the personal relationships and the capability of being able to show that you're friendly, that you respect, and a variety of different things. But a lot of things that I wouldn't necessarily repeat.
Well, at the wonderful conference that you helped organize, I thought one of the most eloquent speakers was Wole Soyinka, the Nigerian writer, and he put it so succinctly, saying that cultural diplomacy humanizes while politics tends to demonize. So if you think of our relationship with the Russians, it may seem like a funny, trivial thing, but what an incredibly humanizing thing you did. I
really do think, and I was very excited about pushing the whole concept of cultural diplomacy. I mean, we have had, in our embassies, we always have cultural attaches. And what they do is try to organize a variety of events where American music or playwright or somebody comes. But I think that they have a very important job. But what we thought was that we could kind of enlarge the concept by making it something that was truly not a sideshow, but basically a very important element of American diplomacy, that we were very, a lot of people think Americans aren't very cultured. The Russians would say nekulturny. And so the bottom line is I think we have the younger culture than many, but we do have a very vibrant culture in music and in art and plays, and I think it is very important to show it. And at the same time, to also have an understanding of what others do, which is another very important part of it. So I see cultural diplomacy very much as a two-way street.
Yeah, absolutely. And just on that note, we can start to take some questions. I would just say that in addition to the cultural attaches, the actual Foreign Service national cultural attaches, the people from the country there, are such incredible assets because they know the culture of that country more deeply than than anyone. Just as before we take the very first question from the audience, so think about what you'd like to ask. I have to ask you just one more question, which is, of course, about the pin you're wearing today and the phenomenon which you truly have invented and created of pin diplomacy and how that worked.
I decided, none of this would have happened if it hadn't been for Saddam Hussein. What happened was that I was sent as U.S. ambassador to the UN right after the Gulf War. And I was an instructed ambassador, and my instructions were to say perfectly terrible things about Saddam Hussein constantly, which he deserved. He'd invaded Kuwait. And my job was to make sure that the sanctions resolution stayed on. So as a result of that, a poem appeared in the papers in Baghdad comparing me to many things, but among them an unparalleled serpent. And I happened to have a snake pin. So I wore it when we were dealing with Iraq. And the press picked it up and said, "Why are you wearing that snake pin?" And I said, "Because he called me an unparalleled serpent." And then I thought, well, this is fun. So I went out and I bought a lot of pins that were costume jewelry to reflect kind of what I thought we were going to do on any given day. So flowers and butterflies and balloons on good days and insects and carnivorous animals on bad days. And so when some ambassador would say, "What's the agenda?" It was right after first President Bush had said, "Read my lips, no new taxes." So I said, "Read my pins." And that's how it started. And I sent the Read My Pin book to President Bush, who said, "Love the title." So what happened was people began to look at what it was I was wearing because I would signal different things. And so when the Russians had actually bugged a conference room in the State Department, we did the normal thing, like send a demarche, and we found the person that had been doing it. But the next time I met with the Russians, I had a huge bug. And they got that. So all my pins have stories. Right now they're at the Smithsonian. So a lot of fun and a great message. So when I did the cultural diplomacy when we did the White House, I wore a Native American pin. That one is now at the Smithsonian. But so this is another one, and I love to wear Native American jewelry as a way of really signaling what we do and what we have and our background in history and culture. So I thought it was the right thing to wear. I am going to go do Thelonious Monk tonight, and I am going to have a guitar.
Perfect. So I would love to give people in the audience a chance to ask questions. Can we get there's a question right here, and then I'll come to you. Let's go ahead. Please just speak into the mic or loudly so we don't waste a lot of time, and please ask your question.
Thank you, Secretary Albright. Thank you, Dr. Schneider. I used to be one of the cultural attachés that you're talking about, and the challenge that we faced then, and I think State Department public diplomacy officers still face now, is measuring the impact of those programs and conveying the impact to those on the Hill, like Congressman Moran, who say they would be willing to find more funding for those programs if there were numbers and data to convince the consensus on the Hill that it ought to be elevated to a higher priority. I see something in your bio that I wasn't aware of, which is that you are involved with the Pew the Global Attitudes Research Project. And that's, of course, one of the important tools that we use for this. But have we gotten any better since 9/11 or in the past decade or so at measuring the impact of these programs and making the case to Congress that they ought to be funded more robustly?
Well, I think it's very hard to give you an exact measurement. That's the problem with it, because I think it's something that takes a while to absorb, and there are various parts of public diplomacy or cultural diplomacy or exchange programs or various things that takes a while to absorb. The Pew, actually, there have been some very interesting questions. What I've had a role with them in terms of helping to formulate the questions, which they then try to put into. There's a talent to doing surveys. You have to ask the question in a way that actually elicits some answer that bears relationship to what you're asking. And so I think what we probably could do is see if we could figure out some questions that are even more specific. But it basically does, we have asked questions in terms of what is it about American culture that impresses you? What are the ways that America is presented to you? What are the things you know? Are they movies? We haven't talked about movies. I mean, American movies are really quite incredibly powerful. And wherever you are, and I travel an awful lot, there are an awful lot of American movies out there. So I think part of the problem, to be frank, that gets picked up are negative aspects about some of our cultural issues. And I think it's very hard. I think it's a very good point. And part of the problem is how you persuade that it is a truly valuable instrument if you can't give specific numbers right away. It's very hard, I think.
I think they're two separate things, actually. I mean, measurement, I always say that's the death of cultural diplomacy. I mean, people don't ask to measure the value of the Fulbright fellowships. You know, it is a very difficult thing to measure. So measure and convincing Congress are two separate things. And measurement's a very easy way to kill any of these things. I think Dana was kind enough to say that we could go over a little bit since we're lucky enough to have Secretary Albright here. And I see all these questions, so let's just why don't we try to let everyone just pass the mic around and ask your questions. Can we do that? And sort of pull them all together?
Madam Secretary, thank you very much for your talk, and I'm sure I reflect the sentiments of many in the room for thanking you for years of great public diplomacy that you've already done. I happen to be from Afghanistan, and a couple years ago, a young doctor went to Afghanistan and delivered medication to a remote village in a mountainous area. And as he was doing that, a very old man came from the village and said, well, I'm sure you know who Chuck is, Chuck from Idaho. And this American doctor said, well, no, I don't know Chuck. He said, well, after translation, the American doctor realizes that Chuck had come in the 60s in the same village, was a doctor, delivered the same kind of medication, and this old man remembers him. And the impact, and he had come through the Peace Corps. And as you know, the cost of the Peace Corps is relatively almost nothing compared to the billions of dollars that we spend today. And most of the time, the first phase that the Afghans see in Afghanistan is a soldier. And so there's this dire lack of mechanisms to channel American values that are not necessarily costly today. Where are we on those other programs that we need to be developing?
Well, first of all, I think that it is very difficult to deliver other programs when the security situation is bad. That's part of the problem. I just this morning had a very interesting discussion about how they are trying to figure out how to do more in development generally, and how to get trying to eliminate words like assistance and aid and talk more about development and about various ways to deliver aspects of a safe and secure life to a war zone. So that the problem there is some of it has to do with money, and some of it at the moment has to do with the fact that it's not a secure area. But I'd like to raise one point. I don't know the answer to this, but just because you're in uniform doesn't mean that you can't, in fact, convey American values in a different way. And I am a great admirer of our military forces who are in situations that they've never been in before, where they are trying to figure out how to be more culturally sensitive where they are. And so the question in a place like Afghanistan is how to be able to do, quote, the softer programs in a way where the security situation is so hard. That's why actually what Greg Mortensen has been doing is really quite remarkable when you think about the length of time, and it is measurable. I think that's one of the parts that we've seen, is that it's made a difference.
It is measurable, and it resonates in this country, too, as 10,000 people at a time come out to hear him
The other
speak.
part that I think is a point worth making, we are talking about government programs. What I believe in, mainly because I'm out of government now, but is more in the public-private partnerships and a way that, in fact, can be done through the private sector. What I think is so interesting is American corporations, more and more, are also involved in doing a variety of cultural or educational activities abroad. I've just been asked, Secretary Clinton asked me to head up something called the Partners for a New Beginning, which is in follow-up to President Obama's Cairo speech, of how to work with Muslim-majority communities in looking at scientific innovation, education, exchanges, and microfinance in a ways of reaching out. I think we should, in maybe under the education category and exchange category, kind of sluice in some aspects of cultural diplomacy and get help from some of the corporations and philanthropic organizations that are involved with us.
Absolutely. I'm glad to hear you've been appointed to do that. Thank you so much, Secretary Albright. I'm afraid we have to end there. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That was a treat. What stands out is the sense of humor and humanity that Secretary Albright brings to our discussions today. I want now, I think they're approaching, I want to introduce our next and final speaker and moderator, the Ambassador of Mexico, Arturo Sarukhan. And I'm sorry to say that the Egyptian ambassador, Sameh Shoukry, was unable to attend because of a family emergency. The moderator for this session is Eric Motley, Aspen Institute Managing Director of the Henry Crown Fellowship Program. So please join me in welcoming these two distinguished individuals to the stage. And though I have to interrupt myself. And we talk about, being in Washington presents such a fabulous opportunity for very special partnerships for an institution like the Phillips Collection, witness collaboration with the Aspen Institute. And we work very much with many embassies, and I want to thank Ambassador Sarukhan and Mrs. Sarukhan for having hosted our international forum members and members of the board of my trustees last night at a very elegant dinner. It was very elegant and wonderful, warm group of people, and we're always very grateful for that kind of generosity and assistance. So without further ado, Ambassador Sarukhan, Eric Motley.
Yes. Right there. Your Excellency, they say, let's see if Secretary Albright's out of the room. They say, you always save the best for last. And even though we're following Secretary Albright, don't let me down.
I think you're gonna see me playing the monkey to Secretary Albright's organ grinding. So no, I don't think that's going to be the case.
We'll do our part. Perhaps a very good place to start, Your Excellency, is how does an individual of Armenian descent end up being the ambassador to one of the most important countries in the U.S., Mexico, with over 100 million people? Tell us a bit about your story.
Well, I think the answer is pretty straightforward. It's the product of something which is rarely known in the United States, which is Mexico's very important, very generous asylum policy during the 30s and throughout Mexico's contemporary history. Mexico was the only country in the 30s that was one of the few countries in the 30s that accepted the Spanish Republican refugees that fled Franco's victory. My mother is a Catalonian refugee after Franco entered Barcelona. My father's family, Armenian refugees fleeing the genocide that arrived also in the 30s, but throughout Mexico's history, you saw it repeat itself with Central European Jews in the early part of the 30s when they still couldn't come into the United States. That's how Mexico got its Ashkenazi community. And then in the 60s, 70s, throughout the Latin American coups in Chile and Argentina and Brazil, all the refugees that came into Mexico. And then the last big role that Mexico played in this regard was during the almost 20 years of civil war in Guatemala, where Mexico assimilated and brought in over 1 million Guatemalan refugees. So I think the very straightforward answer is thanks to a country that has always understood the importance that refugee and asylum play as part of its foreign policy.
In 1962, the Fulbright-Hays Act was passed by Congress. It was a very important act, and it created two very significant programs. One was the Fulbright Foreign Exchange Program, the academic exchange program, and the other was the Office of International Visitors, and I had the good fortune of running that office for a number of years. Both were created to promote mutual understanding between the peoples of the world. And Senator Fulbright recognized the importance that despite all the differences that we have culturally, intellectually, ideologically, politically, that bringing people together to meet face-to-face was probably one of the best, most effective tools of public and cultural diplomacy. Your coming to the U.S. as the ambassador in 2007 was not your first visit. You came in 1989, was it not, as a Fulbrighter? Say a bit about what your Fulbright experience was like and what surprised you about America.
Well, I'll even predate my arrival in the U.S. as a postgraduate student, as a Fulbright scholar in 1989. I was the first batch of Mexican young leaders under the International Visitors Program in 1987, when Mexico for the first time started participating in this program. And so I've had the honor and the benefit of wearing both caps on trips to the United States, both as an international visitor in the 80s, and then during my work here as a postgraduate student here in Washington D.C. By the way, at SAIS. There's no more powerful tool, I think, that the United States has had in its toolbox of public diplomacy than the Fulbright program. I remember when I came back in a new incarnation to Washington D.C. as a junior diplomat to the embassy in 1993. We were in the midst of negotiating NAFTA. There was a new administration in town. We were starting to roll out the wagons to defend that first tranche of negotiations that led to the agreement, but then we had to take on the hurdle of what we call then the side agreements, which were labor and environment. And so there was an all-out push by Mexico in the first months of 1993 to convince a new Congress and a new administration that NAFTA was a good thing. And I remember that we had a dinner at the Mexican Cultural Institute where we had the pleasure of having some of you for dinner last night. And we had about 40 people, single conversation, movers and shakers, members of Congress, former government officials, and there were 4 or 5 Mexican government officials at that table. And Henry Kissinger was one of the Americans who was invited for that dinner. And I was too much of a diplomatic tadpole to be sitting at the table, but I was sort of standing in the room making sure that everything was going as planned. And when the dinner's over, Henry Kissinger stands, turns his back, he finds me, and he says, "I can't believe how much attitudes of Mexican government officials have changed towards the United States. This a generation ago would have been unheard of." And I looked at him and said, "Mr. Secretary, do you really want to know the answer to that change? It's very simple. It's one word, Fulbright." And I started pointing at every single Mexican government official around the table and ended including myself saying, Fulbright, 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 and Fulbright. That has been the powerful impact that this program has had in ensuring that our citizens understand that they need to remain co-stakeholders to one another.
Your first visit was in the International Visitors Program. Tony Blair's first visit to the U.S., Margaret Thatcher's first visit, Anwar Sadat, Karzai, all were first introduced to the United States through the International Visitor Leadership Program at the State Department. In 1985, are you familiar with the book Distant Neighbors by Ellen Riding? He wrote this book in 1985. It's a wonderful book. He was a former New York Times editor, and he spent about 5 or 6 years after his term in Mexico. Are we still distant neighbors, or what are we? What's the nature of our relationship now?
I smile because I have used this book as a crutch, especially when I'm delivering speeches in places in the United States that aren't too familiar with the issues of the bilateral relationship, because I think that the book is a beautiful way to try and engage American audiences and explain what this relationship is about, but more importantly, understanding whether we're still distant neighbors, as the book, when the book was written in 1985, or if we've become something else. And obviously the kosher and safe answer is we're a bit of both. There are issues where we have become truly strategic partners, and trade and the relationship that has evolved as a result of NAFTA is clearly one of the most important success stories of the bilateral relationship. There are issues where we are still sort of like in the middle. We're moving away from a distant neighborhood and becoming truly strategic partners, and the most clear example of this is how both countries have finally understood that the paradigm with which we have to take on transnational organized crime is through a paradigm of joint responsibility, that the times where the United States would wag its finger at Mexico and say, oh, Mexico is the springboard of all the drugs coming into the United States, and Mexico would evidently, in a chest-thumping nationalistic way, respond that if we were the springboard, you were the swimming pool. That time is long gone, and both countries understand that we need to work together to change the way that we cooperate and fight transnational organized crime, and in general, the new non-traditional threats to security that evolved as a result of the end of the Cold War. So this is clearly an area where we're moving in the direction away from a distant neighborhood. But there's one very powerful issue out there in which both countries are still distant neighbors. And we're distant neighbors not because we want to remain distant neighbors, but because the issue is so polarized, it is so divisive, and it has sort of a Dickensian narrative of polar opposites, which is immigration, and the impact that immigration has on the future well-being of both our countries. For most Americans, the issue or the challenge behind immigration and immigration reform is, did people break the law to come into the United States illegally? It's an issue of the rule of law. For most Mexicans and for most Mexican public opinion, it's not an issue of rule of law, it's an issue of fairness. Are people who have contributed to the economic well-being and vitality of the United States being given a fair deal? And until we find a way to match these two very different public perspectives and narratives of what immigration is about, it will be a very tough issue to address. But we can't be fooled. If there's one single issue that is critically important to the future well-being, security, and prosperity of Mexico and the United States, is getting this issue right. And there will have to be heavy lifting on both sides of the border. On this side, we will need a comprehensive immigration reform that brings people out of the shadows, that brings back circularity to the labor movement of people coming and going back and forth across that border, willing employees meeting willing employers. But on our side of the border, we need the ability to grow at faster rates of growth so that we can anchor men and women, talented, entrepreneurial, who are leaving Mexico for lack of a better paid job. Because our loss is your gain. If we can't hold on to these women and men, Mexico won't be able to grow at the rates of growth that it needs to grow. And B, on our side of the border again, we need to ensure that every single Mexican that crosses the border or tries to cross the border into the United States does so A, legally, and B, through a designated port of entry. So this is the issue that if you were to look at Alan's book and read through the chapter that deals with immigration and labor flows, this is the one issue where I think we're still stuck in the era where Alan wrote what I think is probably the benchmark of the benchmark book of the U.S.-Mexico bilateral relationship to this day.
Moving from the political back to the cultural, I was at the Mexican Cultural Institute last year, had a phenomenal visit. Tell us a bit about the Mexican Cultural Institute, and tell us about the role that cultural diplomacy has in promoting mutual understanding between the U.S. and Mexico.
Well, I was telling many of those who are here in the audience today that the Cultural Institute is certainly the crown jewel of the Mexican Embassy in Washington. not only because it is a landmark Washingtonian building, it is a building that has Mexican murals by, some were asking yesterday whether these were Diego Rivera murals. I said, I wish they were Diego Rivera murals, but they're from a disciple of Diego Rivera. He worked in his workshop. So it is a fantastic building. It has a very ambitious cultural program throughout the year. An infomercial. We have a beautiful exhibit on contemporary Mexican designers and design that is in the Cultural Institute as we speak. But Mexico, Secretary Albright was reminiscing about her days in the UN Security Council, and no one would dispute that the United States is one of the true powers on the global scene. Mexico in no way is close to being a power, military power, but Mexico is a cultural superpower. And the ability of using culture to engage our two societies, to bring people together, is a very compelling story. And it's already happened, and it's happened historically in our relationship. Just think of the constant intermingling of, for example, in the 30s and 40s, of Mexican muralists coming to the United States and Edward Weston and photographers and philosophers going to that fantastic milieu of post-revolutionary Mexico. And this back and forth has been going on constantly. Today we have a completely new narrative as truly transnational Hispanic Mexican-American communities redefine culture and redefine how culture is made on both sides of the border. You can see it in everything from Nortec, which is one of the most fantastic expressions of contemporary, may not be for everyone in this room. It's a bit too much of oomph for some of you here, I'm sure. But it is redefining the way music is being created on both sides of the border. Look at cinema. Look at how Mexican cinematographers in Hollywood are changing the everything from the narratives to how films are made. There's such a constant ebb and flow to the culture between Mexico and the United States that this is one of the most powerful tools to ensure that people on both sides of the border, despite the Iraqs and the Irans and the Middle Easts of the world, understand that these two countries are uniquely important to one another and to one another's well-being.
Are there particular problems or opportunities on our side that we could address to help better promote mutual understanding culturally between the U.S. and Mexico?
Well, by what I heard here, there was a bit of a discussion on this issue before I arrived during Secretary Albright's panel, but I would certainly say that because of the important role that educational exchanges have played, I think Congress needs to take a very hard look at providing the proper teeth to programs like Fulbright. I think there has to be a much more aggressive approach to funding educational exchanges, to funding the Fulbright program, to guaranteeing that U.S. diplomats and U.S. embassies and the State Department have the tools and the wherewithal to conduct cultural diplomacy. Because, again, in the case, maybe if I was a Central European ambassador, not even, as you heard in the case of Czechoslovakia, that may be valid, but with a 3,000-kilometer border that we both share, the cultural ties and the nexus between both countries is critically important. So this tool and the way U.S. diplomacy and the way U.S. Congress funds U.S. cultural diplomacy, I think is something that I would heartily encourage.
Thank you. I know there are a lot of questions, so I want to give way to the floor to questions. But before I do, is there a question that I should have asked you that I didn't?
No, I think not. I think you covered. You covered most of the ground.
All right. You did very well with the answers I provided you, Mr. Ambassador. Very well. Yes, sir.
Muchas gracias por sus palabras. John Brademas, as you know, I was a member of Congress for a long time and then became president of New York University. Because you said your wife, I think, was of Catalan origin.
My mother.
Your mother. I did my PhD on the anarchist movement in Spain, which was centered in Catalonia. But more directly to you, as the ambassador of Mexico, I did my undergraduate thesis after having spent a summer working in the mountains of rural Mexico with Aztec Indians on the Sinarquista movement, far right-wing movement. So my question is there still a Sinarquista movement? What's the situation of organization of right and left wing workers.
I thought you were going to ask there for 1 minute, John, whether the Mexican ambassador was an anarchist or a sinarquista.
Pues entonces.
No, my grandfather was, in fact, one of the reasons that he made it to Mexico on the second boat of Spanish Republican refugees was that he wasn't an anarchist. He was a Republican, and President Cárdenas had sent an envoy to the concentration camps in France, where the Spanish Republicans had been put into by the French government, the supposedly Popular Front of Léon Blum and its solidarity to the Spanish Republic, but well. And President Cárdenas had conveyed precise instructions to his envoy to first put on the boats that were coming to Mexico with the Spanish refugees, to first put all the anarchists and all the communists, because if they were repatriated to Spain, they would be the first ones shot by Franco. The reason why my grandfather got on the second boat was because the wife of the Mexican envoy that day had gone to the concentration camp, and my grandmother, with my mother and my uncle, had come to visit my grandfather, and this woman fell in love with those two kids and convinced President Cárdenas' envoy to put my grandfather at the top of the list, and that's how he made it into Mexico on the second boat. But that was a long story to the question. No, I think the sinarquista movement basically fizzled, especially after the 60s and 70s. You don't have anything akin to that today. You do have, on the political spectrum, sort of a loony left and a loony right. It happens in the best of families. It happens in Mexico. But there's no manifestation like the one you saw during the sinarquista movement in Mexico.
Yes, right here.
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. What is the role, in your view, that culture can play in addressing the issues with the drug war?
That's a very tough question, and I think very valid, and one that the Mexican government today is grappling with, because it was evident that when President Calderón assumed office in December 2006, that because of how organized crime had festered in Mexico in the previous years, that there was no other option but to take organized crime head on and push them back. Because if you try to implement social, economic, even cultural programs right away, there was no way that these programs could be sown and provide fruit because of the power of these drug syndicates. Now, 3 years into the efforts to push them back, you're starting to see some of that in places like Ciudad Juárez, for example, which to anyone who's reading the press understands that this is our ground zero in the fight against organized crime. And why are we attempting to do this in Ciudad Juárez? Because Ciudad Juárez, one of the reasons why violence went through the roof in Ciudad Juárez is not only because organized crime is fighting organized crime for the control of Ciudad Juárez as a staging ground of drugs going into the U.S. and guns and cash coming from the United States into Mexico, but because Ciudad Juárez had a very particular characteristic. As a result of NAFTA, Ciudad Juárez, because of the huge foreign direct investment that came into the city after NAFTA was approved, had one of the highest per capita incomes of all Mexico. Money was flowing in, per capita income was going through the roof, but if you looked at socioeconomic indicators of Ciudad Juárez, number of theaters, numbers of schools, number of soccer fields, number of cinemas, Ciudad Juárez was in the lowest percentile of all Mexico. And that disparity between available income and the cultural, social fabric of the city is one of the reasons that has allowed organized crime to recruit youngsters and use them in the front lines of their assault against either the state or rival drug gangs fighting for control of the city as the breeding ground of the development of domestic, that is Ciudad Juárez, patterns of consumption and distribution of drugs. So a lot of what is going on in Ciudad Juárez right now are programs geared at completely changing the equation in terms of creating, building soccer fields and creating theater troupes and bringing in health clinics, because if we can bridge that gap that exists in a place like Ciudad Juárez, I think these programs will prove to be a very, very powerful influence. Another way that I think that this can work, again, to the question of what can the United States and Mexico do together, the empowerment of NGOs in the cultural area to provide kids, youngsters, teenagers with other options that will enhance self-esteem, that will provide role models, that will provide avenues for cultural, artistic expression. All of this, I think, plays a very important role.
Yes, sir.
If I may make a small correction, the Fulbright program began in 1947, not in 1962. Okay. In Mexico, however, Mr. Ambassador, the program didn't begin in Mexico until the early 80s, as far as I know, mid-80s. In other words, about 35 years after the program began. In one sense, one could wonder what might have happened had Mexico had a Fulbright program in 1947. In another sense, perhaps Mexico wasn't ready, and you are living proof of the fact that it's been brilliantly used. The only question I have connected with that little bit of history is that there are many countries now provide a sizable portion of the costs of Fulbright in their own country. What is the percentage now in Mexico, and what are the prospects for a larger expansion?
First of all, regarding the latter part of your question and comment, you have obviously caught me left-footed here because I won't know the percentage. The full, if I'm not wrong, and there may be someone here who can correct me, if I'm not wrong, the Fulbright program in Mexico actually started in the very early 80s, and then it converted into a binational program. I think I was the last or second to last generation that was fully Fulbright. Mm-hmm. After my generation, it became the Fulbright Garcia Robles program, where the Mexican government started funding a sizable portion of those scholarships. I do not know today's ratio of how much of those funds are matched by the Mexican government and how much are come from the United States, but my guess is that they will probably be heavily inclined towards Mexican funding vis-a-vis American funding. The earlier part of your comment and question, which I think is fascinating and relevant, is the question of why was Fulbright so late in coming of age in Mexico. And probably the reason is that it's the same response to why Peace Corps and why other American programs like that took so much time to gel and to establish themselves in Mexico. Because for many, many, many years, Mexico thought that these were avenues for either CIA encroachment or American imperialism. And it took a generational shift in Mexico to understand that, the CIA could do its job without having to use the Fulbright program as a means to achieving it. And attitudes in Mexico started changing. And this is a reason why I think the Fulbright has been such an astounding success, and why today Peace Corps is expanding its programs in Mexico in a way that 10, 20, 15 years ago would have been unthinkable. I think there's a growing maturity in the relationship. There's a growing understanding. I always remind people when I talk that what I think is very compelling is that more than 20-something years ago, I'll name the sinner, not the sinner, a Mexican president did his first trip to Singapore to meet then Premier Lee Kuan Yew. And in the usual chit-chat that precedes the formal discussions between heads of state, Premier Lee Kuan Yew asked this Mexican president, Mr. President, remind me, how many kilometers of border does Mexico share with the United States? And this Mexican president said, unfortunately, 3,000 kilometers. Lee Kuan Yew sort of stayed silent for about 10 seconds, scratched his head, and responded, Mr. President, what would Singapore give for 1 kilometer of a border with the United States? Obviously there are two tales to tell with this. Number one, that people sometimes beyond the hemisphere immediately understand the synergies and the opportunities that this border provides both countries. But more importantly, and this is the lesson where I think Fulbright comes into play, is that today there would be no self-respecting Mexican government official or politician who would dare say that about the U.S.-Mexico relationship.
A footnote to history, it was 1982 that Fulbright was established in Mexico.
Thank you.
And Secretary Albright did a very good job speaking to the early assumptions about propaganda with a lot of these programs. And it has matured over time, and they're appreciated for their intention. Yes, ma'am.
I'm with the Art and Embassies program at the State Department, and we have a new effort that needs to be discussed because it's being alluded to, the need for the State Department to be supporting artists. And the State Department, and it relates to Mexico in that right now we're working on a project in the new consulate in Tijuana. We just finished the one in Ciudad Juarez. And Mexico, as the previous secretary mentioned, we have a loaned exhibition. But the State Department has a new cultural diplomacy effort, and I'm presently working with Pedro Reyes, one of the most important Mexican artists, and he's collaborating with the San Francisco Art Institute students to do a monumental sculpture for the outdoor area of the new consulate in Ciudad Juarez. And we're doing this now for all our new embassies and consulates around the world. We have completed over, I think, 60 new buildings, and the department is actually funding art from these countries and American art and doing these major commissions of contemporary art around the world. And although it may not be the ultimate solution to cultural diplomacy, it's a notable effort that needs to be acknowledged. They're funding it. They understand the importance in Mexico right now, especially, and with working with, there's so many incredible artists. It's the most difficult thing is not having enough space to work with all the artists that we could be. But although it's not really a question, I just feel like the conversation today, it needs to be acknowledged that the State Department does have a program that is addressing some of the, cultural diplomacy issues that we should be. So.
No, I hope you didn't infer from my emphasis on funding cultural diplomacy as a swipe on what I think is a signature program, and a signature program which, by the way, we have copied here during my tenure as ambassador. The Mexican residence on Loughborough in the reception area is covered wall to wall with the art of young contemporary Mexican artists, and that is all that we exhibit all the time, because we have learned from the invaluable lessons of this program, which has been so successful and which I have witnessed firsthand in your embassy in Mexico City.
Right in the middle in the back.
I'm from California. In a past life, I was a religion reporter for 2 different Southern California newspapers. And in the process of doing that, I learned, one, about a number of church organizations, primarily Christian organizations, that did work in Mexico, and then about American NGOs such as World Vision and others. And I wonder if you could speak to what role that plays in the relationship between Mexico and the United States, and insofar as that is, it's cultural in a different way, but nevertheless, what role it plays in cultural understanding.
I think I know that my dear friend Nigel Shinewell the British ambassador won't be too annoyed if I say that there are probably only 2 truly special relationships the United States has on the face of the earth. And I lump them both in the same bin of special relationships, not in terms of the depth and the history of the ties, but of the challenges that we face today as diplomatic partners and friends of the United States. And the common thing that binds these 2 countries together with the United States as special relationships is that there's no longer any distinction between domestic politics and foreign policy. Bayless Manning, a very important political scientist, wrote in a 1970-something essay in Foreign Affairs that increasingly foreign policy was becoming indomestic. That is, the mixture between international policy and domestic policy. And these 2 countries have the challenge, the opportunity of having the domestic issues of one become foreign policy, and vice versa. And those 2 countries are Israel and Mexico. One of the things that plays such an important role in this dynamic in the relationship between Mexico and the United States is that the foreign policy agenda is no longer the monopoly of the State Department and the Foreign Ministry in Mexico City. Every single day, Boy Scouts and soccer teams and churches and Rotary clubs and NGOs and mayors and governors play a critically important role in the engagement across a 3,000-kilometer border. And the role of the churches in between Mexico and the United States has been very, very important. It has never been easy because, as you know, some of you in this room know very well, Mexico constitutionally has a very strict division between church and state. So sometimes the agendas of how churches engage with one another across the border has not been easy, but I think that increasingly there's a much more fuller understanding of the role that these institutions can play in enhancing the role of civil society as a co-stakeholder and as a check and balance of local, state, and federal governments, the role that the churches are playing in fostering ties and connectivity across the border. And you can see this not only on the border, but one of the important changes that has occurred in Mexico in the past 2 decades is the growing role and profile of evangelicals in Mexico and how this is changing with challenges and with opportunities, because there are communities, as you can imagine, that are profoundly Catholic, where there have been important clashes between some of the new evangelical communities that are coming in. But certainly I think that if you look at the map in general, this has been a force for good, and it is one of these issues that makes this relationship so unique.
Mr. Ambassador, I have noted a significant increase in the number of female diplomats from Mexico these days. Are we to surmise that the term machista no longer applies to Mexico?
I would certainly hope so. For starters, I'll brag that I brought in the first female deputy chief of mission that this embassy has ever seen in the United States. And second, Mexico, and again, I may have to jolt my hard disk for here for a second, but I think it's probably India, then Mexico, that have the largest number of female legislators in our national congresses. So I think there's a very important shift taking place. Mexico has one of the most important conditional cash transfer programs on the face of the earth aimed at eliminating extreme poverty, and it is a program that has been in play for now about 10, 12 years in Mexico. And it is a program that provides the conditional cash transfer to the female head of household, not to the male head of household. So I think there is a very important shift that has occurred in Mexico. Now, does that mean that everything is peachy and rosy and that there aren't challenges, especially in terms of abuse and domestic violence? No, I would not say that, but I think that Mexico has come a very long way from some of the stereotypes that still persist.
Mr. Ambassador, how fortunate we are to have you representing your country here in Washington. Thank you for your time. And thank you for all that you do to promote mutual understanding. Thank you very much.
Sorry? No, I'm going to have to run.
As we wrap up here, I wanted to thank a few people that made this possible, both in terms of the financial support and some of just the hard work. I want to thank, the John Brademas Center for being one of our patrons. I'd like to thank Aspen's own Claire Manana for being one of our patrons, and I'd like to give us a special thanks to Roger and Vicki Sant, whose subvention made it possible for students and for the bloggers to attend. At the Aspen Institute, we had quite a few people working on it, but I wanted to particularly thank Lydia Barabesh, Laura Walsh, Jim Spiegelman, Jeff Harris, Devin Rodonitz, and what department am I forgetting right now? There's one other person. It'll come to me. They did a tremendous amount of the behind the scenes work to keep this thing operating smoothly. I'm not going to offer any conclusions about today's events. Today is not in the least about any kind of conclusive strategies or ideas in terms of cultural diplomacy. What we're trying to do today in Washington, the capital of the United States of America, a federal city but on private turf, where a different kind of conversation is possible than in a federal agency or on the floor of Congress, to begin a conversation about the not merely importance but the necessity of involving a cultural framework, arts and culture in the broadest sense, in the foreign policy of the United States of America. Both in terms of presenting ourselves to other nations, and then secondly, simply understanding how the world operates. This conversation merely began today. It has been largely excluded from the political conversation of the media. We've had an enormously distinguished group of participants, a distinguished group of moderators, but equally distinguished is our audience. We have a collection of people, sitting right in front of me at the moment who have collectively the power to take these ideas and put them in practice. This is the first of these fora that we have had in the United States. We need dozens more. We need them in Washington. We need them across the country. And I ask you, at the beginning of what I hope, to quote the movie, will be a beautiful relationship, to take this and bring it to the forefront of American public diplomatic policy. Vicki, do you want to? Vicki. Dorothy.
I liked that at my role model. Well, for me, it's provoked a lot of questions. I was thinking, would this country be better off if we had a minister of culture, a cabinet level post devoted to culture, or, as some of our speakers suggest, are we more nimble and capable of initiatives that are sort of outside of those margins? The emphasis on education, and again, as a museum practitioner, we invest so much of our substance in this country and through our projects abroad, that maybe that's a subject that could be looked at anew through this bigger lens of cultural diplomacy. There are products that we have, skills that we have. I know that cultural institutions, new institutions, for instance, in Abu Dhabi and Dubai, that are coming to us looking for professional guidance and for models for what they can establish in their own nascent institutions. So there's it's just very thought-provoking, and the kind of the what-ifs or possibilities, I think, are really brought to the forefront. I was very appreciative that part of the Aspen Institute's philosophy is to include students. So we have students here from GW and George Mason and Howard and AU.
And Catholic University.
So, that means a lot to us. This intimate museum, we engage in this kind of partnership because you can do more with a partnership, and to have a bigger, to augment our intellectual footprint in the world is very important to us. And we also have a formal relationship now with GW, and we are working with UVA, and to be able to to participate in such a serious exchange of ideas and to include the students in our community is extraordinarily important. And I'll say one more thing, because he's going to say one more thing. Actually, I'll say two things. We have a reception upstairs in our Cafritz Gallery immediately afterwards. And I would be horrific if I didn't thank my staff, who have worked so well and seamlessly with Dana's staff to pull off this program today, which you can imagine had many moving parts, and you're all moving parts of this, but it was embedded in a weekend of our second annual international forum that brings collectors and philanthropists from outside of our immediate community. And so if I start naming you, I'm going to forget somebody. But I'll send out the all Phillips email tomorrow, but I'm deeply grateful for the incredible dedicated work of my staff.
Thank you. I want to say the person I forgot is actually the most important of all. It's the woman who secretly runs the entire Aspen Institute, which is Donna Horney. And so, Donna, thank you. Sorry that I had a slip there. And I want to just repeat what a pleasure it was to collaborate with the Brademas Center and the Phillips Collection. And the Phillips Collection did this, 3 weeks after a major fire?
1 month.
Yeah. And so, it was, to be able to mount this so seamlessly this morning on their part was nothing less than heroic.
That's my staff.
Yeah. And so finally, if we are going to begin the conversation that takes us into the future, how better than over some wine upstairs? Thank you so much for coming.